Σήμερα έχουμε το ίδιο χωράφι. Καλλιέργεια, καιρικές συνθήκες, όλα ίδια. Ποιο θα έχει μεγαλύτερο κέρδος και ανεβασμένη ποιότητα παραγωγής?
Το έχω. Έως μείον 60% λίπανση, μείον 43% άρδευση, μείον 66% ψεκασμούς, συνεπάγεται Geasens.
Αυτό είναι. Ιδιοφυΐα.
Σύστημα εφίους γεωργίας Geasens. Το κατεβάζεις στο κινητό σου και σε ανεβάζει. Μπείτε τώρα στο geasens.gr ή ανακαλύψτε το στο επίσημο δίκτυο συνεργατών Geasens.
Καλημέρα.
Good morning.
Σήμερα βρισκόμαστε εδώ
Today
στο
we are here
φιλοξενούμενο από την Γεα Επιχειρήν, στο ψηφιακό της εργαστήριο,
in the digital
το οποίο
workshop
γίνεται
organized
στα
by
πλαίσια της κοινής
Gea
αγροτικής
Epichirin
πολιτικής
within the framework
και
of
μάλλον
the
στη
Common
συνεργασία με την Γενική
Agricultural
Διεύθυνση Γεωργίας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Policy in
Και
cooperation
σαν
with
θέμα, σαν
DG
κεντρικό της θέμα,
Agri. And the main
η
topic
συνάντησή μας σε
today,
αυτό το ψηφιακό μας εργαστήριο,
this digital
την
workshop
οικονομική,
topic,
κοινωνική και περιβαλλοντική
is
βιωσιμότητα του
the
πρωτογενούς τομέα.
economic, environmental and social
Τη στιγμή,
sustainability of the
βέβαια, που γίνονται όλα
agricultural
αυτά,
sector. At the same
Η συζήτησή
time,
μας που θα ακολουθήσει σήμερα,
with this
στις Βρυξέλλες,
discussion,
εδώ και 4-5
in
μέρες,
Brussels
έχει
for
ξεκινήσει
4
μια
to 5
τελευταία
days,
προσπάθεια να υπάρξει μια
a
συμφωνία για
last
τη νέα κοινή
effort
αγροτική
has
πολιτική.
begun in order
όπου
to
θα
reach
αποφασιστούν και
agreement on the
πράγματα τα οποία
new
θα συζητηθούν και σήμερα
agricultural
εμείς αργότερα.
policy.
Υπάρχει συνεχής ροή
There is
εξελίξεων
an
εκεί.
ongoing flow of information
αργότερα θα
from
ακούσουμε
Brussels.
θα έχει στείλει ένα
We will hear from
για
the
τον
Minister
Οικονόμου
of Agriculture, Mr. Economou, who is in Brussels
ευρωπαϊκό
with Mr. Livanos and the Secretary General of European Affairs. Let's move on to our
η
today's
οικονομική,
topic.
κοινωνική και
So,
περιβαλλοντική βιωσιμότητα και ο ρόλος της κάπως
the economic, social and environmental sustainability.
μελετάνε τον αγροτικό τομέα, ότι πριν μερικά χρόνια, όταν
You might remember that a few years ago,
περισσότεροι αναφέρονται
sustainability
βιωσιμότητα.
was a synonym of environmental sustainability. But it has now been proven that you cannot be environmentally sustainable unless you are economically and socially sustainable.
Βασικό εργαλείο για να
And a main tool to achieve
είναι
this
βέβαια οι οργανώσεις παραγωγής.
is, of course, producer organizations.
Λίγο πολύ γνωρίζουμε όλοι,
More or less,
καλεσμένοι και από τις Βρυξέλλες θα μας μιλήσουν.
everybody today,
Και από ό,τι γνωρίζουμε είναι σε ανοιχτή αρκετή.
we have a lot of guests today, distinguished guests from Brussels, from Greece, and there are a lot of friends that attend this meeting listening to the interpretation, and of course many people from Greece.
Πολύ καλά ότι για
So everybody knows that in order to
δηλαδή την οικονομική,
achieve
την
economic,
περιβαλλοντική,
environmental and social sustainability, we need specific tools, especially in countries such as Greece with too many small villages and too many farmers and agriculturists. More than 600,000 farm holdings and agricultural families all around the country.
οργανώσεις των παραγωγών.
So we do need producer organizations. We need organized structures that will enhance the bargaining power of farmers in the food supply chain. These structures will enhance competitiveness of holdings, farm holdings. These organized structures will meet the challenges under the new Green Deal.
Στις Βρυξέλλες αυτή τη στιγμή. Και βέβαια χρειαζόμαστε.
And of course, we need them
Οι οργανώσεις παραγωγών παίζουν πολύ μεγάλο ρόλο
because they play a major role in the cohesion of regions, in the shaping of regions, villages of the countryside, in order to make them attractive for farmers and young farmers that want to go back to the villages or they want to stay in their villages. In the past,
βάζαμε πριν χρόνια
producer organizations
οι δομές, οι τοπικές οργανώσεις, οι εθνικές και τα
set as their main priority, as their main issue, the creation of infrastructure in order to develop rural areas. Back then, we needed infrastructure such as roads. Today, We need fast
Και όλα αυτά,
internet.
για παράδειγμα, ζητάει ψηφιακά δεδομένα.
We need digital data, digital services.
Πάμε λίγο πίσω και αναλογιστούμε πώς φτάσαμε
And if we go back
στο μοντέλο γεωργίας
and
που έχουμε,
to the history of the European agricultural model,
από τις οργανώσεις των παραγωγών.
all these efforts have been supported by producer organizations, because producer organizations do not only outline the problems, but they also propose solutions. So this first session will be the session of opening remarks. First of all, Mr. Christodoulos Antoniadis, President of GEA Epichirin. Then we will listen to a message, a short opening remark by Mr. Economou. He was supposed to be live, but he is in Brussels talking about the review of the agricultural policy. But he has recorded a message for us. And the third opening remark, Mr. Alexandrou, the General Manager of Agricultural Banking at Piraeus Bank. Now the floor to the President of GEA Epichirin, Mr. Antoniadis. Good morning. Just a first comment. We all know your projects, your works.
Καταλογισμούς για λανθασμένο τρόπο διανομής των ενισχύσεων.
In the back, many subsidies were distributed in the wrong way. That is over, and it was over when GEA Epichirin came into the market and played a role. It is one of the most successful systems in the European Union.
Νίκο, καλημέρα. Είναι όπως τα λες. Όπως σχεδόν τα περιέγραψες.
Yes, Nikos.
Στο πλαίσιο της σημερινής μας κουβέντας.
You are quite right.
Ό,τι αφορά τη συνεισφορά της ΓΕΑ τα τελευταία 8 χρόνια.
About GEA's contribution over the past 8 years in the streamlining and the rationalization of heavy and difficult practice.
Σε ευχαριστώ γιατί πραγματικά.
Thank you, because you really set the context for today's debate, for today's discussion.
Και θέλω και εγώ με τη σειρά μου να χαιρετήσω.
And I would like to welcome the minister, even though it will only be a recorded message. I would like to welcome our distinguished speakers, our dear friends and shareholders of GEA Epichirin, and all the friends attending this workshop. So I would like to welcome you in this digital workshop about producer organizations, a powerful sustainability tool for farmers and the primary sector. That's the topic. It is an online webinar because we have tapped on the potential of technology, and we have taken, of course, all necessary measures in order to protect everybody's health. Even though, step by step, we can see light at the end of the tunnel. As we did with our annual conference a few months ago, the same applies today. Adverse conditions are not an obstacle in our strategic objective to disseminate information to all stakeholders in relation in the context, challenges and prospects of the Greek farming sector. And of course, the tools of the common agricultural policy that can help Greek farmers become more competitive. In the context of the implementation of the 3D CAP program, we have representatives of the European Commission. I would like to thank them for the support. Today, we will focus on producer organizations. It is a very powerful tool for economic sustainability for Greek and European farmers. And the policy has outlined and supported producer organizations for many years. And the same will apply for the next common agricultural policy, because cooperation among farmers is a sine qua non in order to boost and empower them and boost their bargaining power in the food supply chain to the benefit of everybody. Other than the support of CAP, today and in the future, and we will talk about that during the workshop, and it is a great pleasure to have Mr. Economou among the speakers, and we thank him for his participation. Anyway, other than that, cooperation, this crucial word, is a precondition, is a sine qua non condition in order to develop the primary sector in general in our country. This is one of the main conclusions of the Pissaridis report on the agri-food sector. However, cooperation is part of GEA Epichirin's DNA for the following reasons. First of all, because agricultural cooperatives are the backbone of GEA Epichirin, and agricultural co-ops are the main organizations behind the recognized producer organizations in this country. Secondly, under our umbrella, the representatives of agricultural co-ops cooperate with the banking sector and the IT sector in order to ensure sustainable development based on knowledge and innovation. This was a vision that we have faithfully served without any deviation since 2014. This is the era of the green digital transformation promoted by the new CAP and the new European Green Deal. Thirdly, because since our beginning, GEA Epichirin has contributed into the creation and establishment of many producer organizations by offering its know-how, while at the same time supporting business development of these organizations using national and European tools. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to add that Piraeus Bank and Europublic play a decisive role in supporting collective schemes through their individual work, but also through their cooperation within GEA Epichirin. Piraeus Bank, through the contractual farming program, has left its mark on the agricultural sector with mutual benefits for producers and manufacturing businesses and co-ops. So far, more than 300 contractual farming partnerships have been concluded for more than 50 products. While the businesses that are integrated into this program contribute to the Greek economy by exporting products to about 75 countries all around the world. We need to focus to stress that contractual farming is an extra incentive for collective action for producers, and we will continue to offer this tool along with new products to our producers and producer organizations. Neuropublic has developed GEASense, a smart farming system that allows them to implement one of the most ambitious and successful digital transformation system for the primary sector in the European Union. And this has been recognized by our Brussels partners that are attending this meeting today. GeaSense offers to producers and producer organizations an integrated smart farming tool and a consulting tool based on cutting-edge technology and putting emphasis on the people, on farmers and their agricultural consultants. Let's not forget that joint promotion of innovation is one of the objectives of producer organizations as described in the Common Market Organization regulation. For each one of us and for all of us in GEA Epichirin, the cooperation among producers as expressed through producer organizations and through more general collective schemes in the primary sector is a strategic priority that we have served and we will continue serving even more enthusiastically in the future. And hopefully we will have a national ambitious plan for the agricultural policy minister. We also want a favorable institutional framework. Such a framework is a precondition in order to encourage such collective schemes. It needs to be underlined that the utilization of the recovery funds will and should play a major role in helping collective schemes. Nevertheless, despite the necessity of European and national support, our own effort will stay as it is, despite any external factors. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, today's workshop and also the study on producer organizations that we have been preparing are the practical proof, the practical evidence of the importance of the attention we pay to the strategic partnership between producers and all other stakeholders, because producers are necessary in this new green digital transformation. I would like to warmly thank our distinguished speakers for setting the context for this analysis and for presenting proposals. A warm thanks as well to all of you who registered for this webinar and who are attending this webinar from your houses, your offices, etc. I do hope that this will be a productive day with fruitful conversations, and the conclusions of this conversation will be communicated, will be disseminated. It will be a small contribution to the public dialogue around critical issues relating to the establishment and support to producer organizations. I hope that this conference will thoroughly analyze these issues, will raise concerns, and I wish the best to all of you.
Thank you very much, President. Yes, I agree. But also from the recovery fund, everything is based on cooperation. Also, Mr. Kyriakakis, the Minister, agrees with you that
στον αγροτικό τομέα, στον πρωτογενή τομέα, στην αγροδιατροφή στη χώρα μας, με τα μεγέθη που υπάρχουν, τα δομικά χαρακτηριστικά που υπάρχουν, τώρα πολλές φορές.
We apologize for this technical problem. We have lost our place in Greece. The farmer becomes politician and the politician becomes a scientist and the scientist becomes a farmer. Sometimes we have been known to lose our way and our role. The clusters are the only way or the basic tool in order to help us go forward. All those collective schemes. I don't know if you have seen 2 days ago that every action that will happen within the place of the Recovery Fund will go on through such a cooperation. This is all about collaborations with other entities in the agri-food sector. You have also mentioned smart farming. We will talk about that later. This is a catalyst not only for tomorrow, but also in order to reduce the cost and help the environment. This will help us when it comes to the traceability and the placement of products in the market, as well as to the social cohesion. This is a way to attract young people back to the rural areas. Thank you very much, President. Now that we will continue to the video sent to us by Mr. Economou, by the Deputy Minister of Rural Development and Food, since he is in Brussels, along with Mr. Livanos, and he is negotiating on those issues. He is negotiating on CAP. Just a few minutes ago, the last information that we had on our website, Ipethros Chora website, there is a constant stream of information. Until a few minutes ago, the three parts of this dialogue, the European Parliament, the European Commission and the Presidency will meet shortly. I think that this meeting started at 10 o'clock in order to find a way through these different positions and opinions. Okay, now let's listen to the message, the video message sent to us by the Deputy Minister. Dear friends, I am really glad to be able to be with you, since the digital workshop of the Gia Epichirin is a very important workshop, because it always helps us reach new conclusions. I would prefer, of course, to attend this workshop on real time. However, I am in Brussels in a meeting about the end of the negotiation for the new CAP. This negotiation was very important, and us, the Greek side, has been playing a very important role, having as a goal the following. We want the green digital transformation to be practical, realistic, without terms and conditions that would make it difficult for us to implement, and that would mean real danger for our producers. But also, we want to avoid having a difficult, let's say, transition. So we want to safeguard the primary sector in Greece in order to use the new CAP and to implement this new CAP in our national policy. We want to give added value to our products. We want to make the primary productive sector in a very important player, but also let us not forget that we should protect the environment. After having said that about the new CAP, I should stress the importance for the next programming period, the cooperation among producer organizations and producer corporations. We need a critical mass in order to be able to implement all those measures and priorities described and included in this new CAP. So we need a critical mass that will allow us to make economies of scale, and that will make those schemes more open. So within this framework, it is a great challenge for us, for Greek government, not only within the framework of the new CAP, but also when we will planning the new farming policy for Greece. It is a priority for us to shape those prerequisites in order to be able to have a lot of producer organizations in Greece. We want to make interventions in our ministry, but also with the help of other ministries. We want to give financial incentives by making use of a lot of tools. We are here to plan actions that will encourage more producers, more and more producers' organizations to participate in making the most of the funds that we have in our disposal from the recovery fund and from other tools in order to become more competitive and more open. So on this note, I would like to wish you the best for this digital forum. I am sure that we will listen a lot of interesting things and a lot of ideas, useful ideas, and I'm looking forward to learn about those conclusions after the end of the workshop. And I do hope that we will have the opportunity to discuss that live very shortly. So I wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much, Minister. We hope that he will bring back a good deal from Brussels, a good deal for us. And we have said it before, and I'm glad to see that the Deputy Minister agrees with us. We will have him shortly to present him live his opinions. Now, the third person who will open this digital workshop is Mr. Alkiviadis Alexandrou, the General Manager of Agricultural Banking at Piraeus Bank. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Lapas. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if my memory serves me right. Yesterday, you have made publications that producers' organizations are very important for Piraeus Bank. Yes, among others, this is also true. Can I start? I don't know if you have any questions. No, please, begin. You have the floor. Since Mr. Antoniadis and the Minister have talked about more important, if I may say so, issues as the one that we will discuss today, such as CAP and the Recovery Fund, I will want to speak about something slightly different and share our thoughts and actions on what Piraeus Bank is doing in the agricultural banking sector, and more specifically about producer organizations. I would like to thank you very much. I would like to thank Yaya Epichirin for this invitation in this different workshop, in this different digital workshop, who wants to shape the next day of producers' organizations in Greece. So, representing Piraeus Bank, I want to say the following. We are thought to be the bank of the primary sector and the bank of the agri-food sector. I apologize. I try to use my pointer at the same time. We are the only sector in the banking sector. We are the only bank that we have a Department of Agricultural Banking, and we have 3 different sections within this branch in our bank. We have the centers of retail banking. We have the business center for the agricultural sector, and we also have the part that works on contractual banking, contractual farming. I apologize. You can see that we have important experience in this sector, because if a bank does not have experience in this sector, they cannot follow the developments. And as we have said, last but not least, the contractual farming sector. We have founded that in 2013. We have found this simple but very important tool this very important intervention, which aims to bring together producers with private companies in the agri-food sector. Since the most of you who are watching today are companies, I would like to remind you that we work together with all the cooperatives in Greece, such as Pindos, who is having a large scale of business, but also small cooperatives such as Argylos in Arta.
The same applies to agri-food businesses because we cooperate, for example, with the co-op in Florina, a small manufacturing co-op in Florina, and also with a small co-op in Chania. I'm mentioning all these areas because I want to practically show you that we want to be everywhere. So in this context, last year we decided that we want to focus on a dynamic primary sector trend that attracts the attention of the EU as well. And I'm talking, of course, about producer organizations. In 2019, in the EU, there were about 3,000 recognized POs, and every year more and more are recognized. Most of these POs have about 1,000 members. The CAP supports these schemes in their establishment and the other stages in their development. I wouldn't like to repeat what has already been said, namely that POs are important and will continue being important because of the cooperation. So this cooperation creates added value for each individual member, such as better access to the market thanks to shared supply and distribution, and enhanced bargaining power. Also, easier access to advanced technology, advanced equipment, quality systems that will limit the production cost. They use risk management mechanisms and more effective production thanks to the access to this technical knowledge. Producers can thrive when they understand how the market works, when they know its demands and they have the best possible information on their product. In this way, they will offer quality products on time and as they are supposed to. As a result of this business rationale, and please move to the next slide. And given our promise to support all healthy, big or small co-ops in Greece, we have been even more active in communicating and visiting 215 groups and POs throughout the country. It is high time we supported such schemes. Our country has realized this and focuses its efforts in supporting them. The Piraeus Banks already contributes, and if we haven't met some of you, please reach out to us. Thank you very much for your attention and for being part of this fruitful discussion. Thank you, Mr. Alexandrou. Mr. Alexandrou talked about Piraeus Bank practices, but also he talked about the future. Thank you. Now, let's see a short video, watch a short video, and we will continue with our agenda.
Συνεχίζουμε, αγαπητοί φίλοι. Καταλάβατε τώρα τι κάναμε.
Moving on with our agenda.
Την κυρία Τσιφόρουβα είναι δίπλα μου εδώ,
Ms. Tsiforu is standing next to me.
Προχωράμε σε μια...
So, we connected to Brussels. Mr. Stein is in Brussels. And we will also connect to Madrid.
Συνδεθήκαμε, από ό,τι με ενημερώνω από το control, έχουμε συνδεθεί και με...
Okay, we are connected to Madrid as well. So, dear friends, there are 3 speakers in this next sessions who will introduce to us the big framework of POs, CAP and their sustainability.
Έχουμε 3
3 speakers for this session. First of all, Mr. Stein from DG Agri. DG Agri has repeatedly worked on producer organizations. Mr. Stein has extensively worked on this. He prepared a report on behalf of the European Commission that answers 2 issues. First of all, why farmers participate or not participate in POs, so their incentives or disincentives for farmers in order to become a member or not become a member. So it is one of the first times that the European Commission tried to map these incentives and disincentives. Following Mr. Stein, we will hear from Ms. Ellie Tsiforu, the Director General. Good morning, Ellie. Director General of GEA Epichirin, and she will talk about the Greek context. What lies ahead, what's the status quo, and at the end, Mr. Falcon. Good morning, Gabriel, from Spain. Can you hear us?
Good morning.
Mr. Falcon is participating in a very big co-op scheme in Spain. He is the Director of Sectoral Services, European International Relations at Cooperativas Agroalimentarias de España. I remember that when Spain entered the European Union after Greece, I remember that when it comes to fruits and vegetables, Spain has sought for the very first time to find money and develop logistics in the Eastern Europe, warehouses that could welcome and accommodate their fruits and veggies. In Greece, we didn't do that. Quite often, we spent in a not such a good way, the funds from the operational programs. Anyway, let's start with Mr. Stein. The floor to you for 20 minutes.
Παρουσιάζετε το περίγραμμα πώς πορευόμαστε στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση συνολικότερα, πώς πορεύονται οι οργανώσεις παραγωγών, ποια είναι, όπως είπαμε,
So, kindly give us the outline. Which are the disincentives for, or the incentives for farmers that allow them or encourage them to become part of producer organizations or not? You have the floor, Mr. Stein, for 20 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. And also thanks for the previous speakers who already pretty much sent the message that I wanted to send. So perhaps next time we should invite them rather than the other way around. But it's perhaps good if we all agree on the general advantages of cooperatives and producer organizations. So that is then a consistent message that we send. Now, I don't know, should the presentation show up on the screen, or how do you go about? Yes, okay, perfect. So now I use the pointer here. Good. Okay, so as has been said already, like the Commission had done a big study on producer organizations to see a bit how many producer organizations there are, why farmers join them, why they perhaps don't join them, what the benefits are for the farmers and for other operators in the food supply chain. And I will present the results of this study that had been done by one of our contractors. So to start with, what are producer organizations? So in our understanding, producer organizations, or for short POs, are entities that have been formed and are controlled by producers, and that are following the objectives that are outlined in the CMO regulation. So this is, of course, a bit of an EU focus. And the idea of POs is that they strengthen the position of producers. Thanks a lot, and sorry for that. So I was explaining the definition of producer organizations and their role in the food supply. So POs are basically formed and controlled by producers. They have a role to play in the corresponding EU regulation and strengthen the position of producers in the chain. But perhaps an important point about POs is that they are not only cooperatives, which is the traditional or perhaps a very common form of producer organizations, but there's also other forms. So that's one point. And then there is the recognition of POs, which is a specific EU thing, which like recognized POs then benefit from certain derogations from competition rules, but otherwise there's not such other than that certain recognized POs can get financial support through EU funds, especially those in the fruit and vegetable sector or exactly those. So to quickly illustrate how we define and differentiate producer organizations, so we have every entity, every form in which farmers cooperate more or less is a producer organization. But then we have the traditional one, which is the agricultural cooperatives. And we have then those POs that are recognized in line with the EU regulation. And this also means, of course, we can have agricultural cooperatives that are recognized as POs. But just to make sure that those are different concepts, because sometimes there's a bit of confusion, so you understand what I'm talking about now in the next on the next slides. The numbers of producer organizations have already been mentioned by a previous speaker, but I just want to quickly go through them again, because here it is a bit more elaborate perhaps. So there are estimated over 40,000 POs in the EU, and half of those are agricultural cooperatives. In Greece, the POs are mostly agricultural cooperatives, according to our study. Of those 40,000 POs, less than 10% are actually recognized as POs in line with the EU regulations. However, those recognitions are increasing over time, as you see in the figure below. So this means in the EU there are around 4,000, a bit less, recognized producer organizations, whereas in Greece there are about 400 recognized producer organizations, mainly in fruit and vegetable sector, olive oil and dairy sectors, and most of those were recognized after 2010. Now again, in Greece, compared to the EU average, has more recognized producer organizations per million farm holdings than the rest of the EU, so that is a stronger point. But of course, the numbers per se, they don't tell much, because you can have many farmers who are organized in POs, but then it also depends on how big are those POs, how strong are they, and how much, therefore, can they help farmers and their members to have a better bargaining position in the food supply chain. So it's not just the number of POs, but also their size that matters. And in the EU, most recognized producer organizations are not bigger than small or medium-sized enterprises, which means their turnover is less than 50 million euros. So they are perhaps not so strong vis-a-vis the downstream operators in the food supply chain. So for instance, in 2017, only 6% of the recognized POs in the fruit and vegetable sectors had a turnover of more than 50 million euros. Similar for the numbers, like over a third of the POs, of the recognized POs in the EU, have less than 100 members, so they're not that big. And most of them have less than 1,000 members. Again, on average, in Greece, the POs are a bit bigger than in the EU, so that is again a positive sign. Now, why should farmers form and cooperate in producer organizations? Well, it's very simple, because there's many farmers, but only few downstream operators. And so the downstream operators, the retailers and the processors, are more powerful when it comes to negotiations. Whereas if farmers join and build groups and then negotiate with those downstream operators, they are more on an eye-to-eye level with the downstream operators and can therefore have a stronger bargaining power. And this then has also a positive result for the producer organizations themselves and for their members. For instance, the prices that POs pay to their members can be higher than those that members or farmers receive by private companies. POs overall can have a positive impact. They can also sell at a lower price. This might sound counterintuitive, but it simply also means that there are efficiency gains that can be realized by POs. Another example, which is perhaps more a correlation, and so we have to be a bit careful how we interpret this. But for instance, in France, in Brittany, most of the producers are members of recognized POs. And that's one of the big regions where tomatoes are produced, whereas nationwide it's only 50% of farmers. And in Poland, it's similar for apples, where again in the key region, many more farmers are organized in recognized POs than at the national level. So whether those regions are the key regions because the farmers are recognized, or whether are organized in POs, or whether the farmers are organized and therefore the regions become the dominant regions, that's an open question, but it's still interesting that there is this link between the performance and producer organizations. Now for farmers, what studies found is that, for instance, in Poland, in the apple sector, POs pay their members a few cents more above the market price, which then, of course, adds up over the entire harvest. And for instance, in France, in the pig meat sector, also the POs can pay a higher price to their members than what those members would receive at an auction. But even if the prices are pretty much the same, one should not forget that farmers who participate in auctions, that there's also costs associated with the participation. So simply avoiding that can already be an advantage for farmers. So The reasons then for POs to join, the reasons for farmers to join producer organizations are that they obtain greater bargaining power. And now, I mean, with all the delays we had, I don't want to go into all those details. But as I also the figure showed, like if you have a stronger bargaining partner, of course you can secure better payment terms and better conditions in the contractual arrangements. POs also can have a greater market knowledge. They are bigger, they have a bigger turnover. They can also afford to have analysts and to study new markets and new products, which then help their members. POs can access new sales channels. They can, for instance, if a buyer requires a certification or a minimum volume, that is something that POs can offer, which individual farmers cannot offer so easily. And also being member of a PO helps because POs are perceived or can be perceived as a more reliable business partners. They're bigger entities, they have a certain legal form, and they have also a reputation to lose perhaps. So all those are reasons to join producer organizations. They also might have lower transaction costs. They can together plan how much to produce, and also they reduce the competitive pressures of their members. So if my neighbor is my competitor, and because we both want to sell to the same buyer, then that of course is a pressure on me as a farmer. But if my neighbor is in the same PO and the PO sells for all of us, then my neighbor is more my friend than my competitor, to put it so easily, so directly. And moreover, producer organizations of course can also invest in joint facilities. It is easier to build a bigger storehouse or a processing facility. There is an economies of scale to be had than if a farmer or producer would try to do that on their own. Then POs can also help engage in insurance scheme. They can help manage crisis. They can get better access to financial services and bank loans. They can, for instance, certain varieties, especially in the fruit sector, like the apple pink lady or so, are protected under intellectual property rights, and so POs can negotiate with the rights holders to get the rights to grow that variety. POs can provide technical support to their members simply because they are bigger and they can have the expertise in-house, and they can take off all sorts of non-production tasks that otherwise the farmer would have to do. So those are all reasons for farmers to join a producer organization. Similarly, they can obtain better terms also on the side of the inputs, where they can get lower prices and the like. And they are still more attractive for farmers than perhaps certain other types of collaboration along the food supply chain, like contract farming. And as I said before, with the neighbors, like if it also helps generate trust and more of a community than if farmers go it on by themselves. But of course, there's also downsides, and what farmers, those who are not members of a PO, say often is that they don't want to lose their freedom or the autonomy or the control they have, and which they feel they lose when they join a PO. Oftentimes it's also simply a case that farmers don't know any good examples. They don't know any PO or other members, and therefore they don't look into joining a PO, or they see focus on the short-term benefits because, like right now, there's higher, or they think there's higher prices on the spot markets, and therefore they look more into that. Or simply farmers are well established, they have their buyers, and they're happy with the way the business runs, which is fine, of course. Also, there are, of course, potential benefits if farmers join a PO, and if there are diverging interests within the PO. There might also be costs associated with joining a PO, because a PO has certain standards that it imposes on its members, and fees that come with the PO membership. In certain member states, also there might not be sufficient administrative support for POs to be set up, or POs might be taxed in a way that is detrimental to, or it doesn't provide incentives. Then again, there's also negative stories of POs, of financial issues they might have, which again then mean farmers are a bit hesitant to join them, or farmers don't consider PO as a body that acts on behalf of them and it can strengthen their position, but rather as simply one more intermediary in the chain. Perhaps not in Greece, but in Eastern Europe under communism, there is this history of forced collectivism that also prevents some farmers from joining POs because they don't want that kind of organization again or any longer. Some farmers also don't want to be part of a member of a PO because they want to keep a low profile and do run the business a bit under the radar. And also an important point is that because farmers receive subsidies, there's less pressure for them to cooperate because they can make ends meet as it is with the subsidies. So that's also an important point that subsidies may have a downside in that respect, and that farmers, if they simply cooperated more, they would be more profitable and stronger and could run the operations more profitably. But POs do not only benefit farmers or have an impact on farmers, they also have an impact for other operators in the chain. For instance, they can offer their buyers more stable supplies, more timely deliveries, and then if these buyers would have to buy from many individual farmers, so that also can help stabilize prices for the buyers. And as POs are bigger, they can also collaborate and work together with the buyers to specialize or to change their production, so to adapt it to the needs of the buyers. Also, POs, given that they have a regional focus, can help buyers satisfy the demand for local products, because traceability then is easier if it goes through a PO who does that. Now, then, so far what I said relates to POs in general. It's not necessarily only the case for recognized POs, but then why POs seek recognition or should seek recognition is, on the one hand side, that in the fruit and vegetable sector, they can access EU funding, but it also increases in a way the visibility, and perhaps also it gives a reputation to the PO if it is recognized in official terms. And of course, also that's then what is also in the regulation. It exempts the POs from certain competition rules, because otherwise, if they cooperate, it could be collusion, and that could then have consequences in that respect. So then reasons why or when POs are successful is if they have sufficient capital to invest to then provide the benefits to their farmers. If they are big enough, what I had mentioned before, that they can actually negotiate with the operators, and that they also can realize economies of scale. What I said before about the conflicts, of course, if all the members have the same interests, have the same planning horizon, then that is much better for the PO than if there's conflict within the PO. And a professional management is also better for a PO than if one of the members does it on the side, of course. And if POs can fund research projects, that helps them being successful. And if they have a clear vision on how they want to grow in future, whether it's going for mass production and getting the benefit over high turnover, or whether it's to innovate and supply for niche markets or factors like those. Also, there's member states in the EU where there's a history of cooperations and in agriculture, and that is then also provides the bigger, higher level context in which POs can thrive. Then where there's a collaborative partnership with buyers, such a history again, it helps POs. And even if POs cooperate amongst themselves, so again, it's a bit of a meta level, that helps the success of POs. And if in general, if there's a strong social fabric in the rural areas, those are all success factors. So I hope I didn't exceed the 20 minutes, but again, so I don't need to go into all those points, but there's many thousands of POs in the EU. Not so many of them are recognized, but the number of recognition increases. And most of the recognized POs are in the fruit and vegetable sector, which is, of course, because that is also where the funding then is linked to. And POs have benefit for farmers, but not only for farmers, but also for the other operators in the food supply chain. And yes, and I mentioned the various success factors. So that is it from my side, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. There was a bit of a connectivity problem in the beginning. Of course, we managed to overcome it, and we heard a very well-documented and interesting presentation. And we managed to see some good practices, some of the practices already implemented by POs in Greece, etc. So from the big picture, you did present the big picture in a very easily understandable way. Thank you for that. Now let's move to two more specific examples. What we do in Greece, what people do in Spain. Let's start with Greece. Ms. Ellie Tsifourou is here with me, the Director General of GEA Epichirin. Ellie, the floor to you. Where we stand today, what have we done in the past, and what is coming next? Good morning. Good morning. Welcome. I would also like to welcome on behalf of GEA Epichirin our renowned speakers that paid us the honor to accept this invitation and speak in this workshop, but also I would like to thank the participants. There were more than 600 registrations. This is very satisfying for us, and it showcases the huge interest in cooperation in POs under the framework of CAP and the support provided to POs by the CAP. As you said, Nikos, this future is shaped today. We are in the 4th negotiation day for CAP. As we hear from Brussels, there is a long way to go. Throughout the weekend, all these negotiations between the co-legislators. This negotiation is very important because let me remind you that the CAP has been established since 1962, and it is the only common EU policy, the only one. And every time there is a CAP negotiation, this is a landmark for EU farmers, for EU farming, and for the EU in general. And before going to the gist of my speech, I would like to say that farmers nowadays, with huge challenges and demands and requirements, they need more than ever support and understanding on our part. And cooperation is one of the basic forms of this support. Moving on to my presentation, which is divided in 3 parts. The first part is about, again, the big picture. I will provide some clarifications on the CAP and its support to POs. In the second part, I will talk about the main part of my presentation, which is the status quo in Greece, our institutional framework for recognition, the number of POs today in the country, the sectors, the legal form, and how we have utilized the support provided by the CAP. And of course, there will be a third part as well. Well, I will raise some questions, I will share some conclusions and some thoughts for the future. Now, this is a very dense historic overview. Here you can see some landmarks. 1972 was the first year where the EU legislation talked specifically about fruit and vegetables producer organizations. Back then, the CAP was very interventional, and producer organizations played a major role in the fruit and vegetables. a very valuable sector at the beginning of the Union. The producer organizations were handling withdrawals back then. In 1996, operational programs were once again introduced in the fruit and vegetable sectors, where producers create operational funds to cover 50% of the cost, and the rest of the 50% is covered by the EU. In 2002, there were some working programs for olive oil operator organizations. Interbranch organizations can take part in these programs as well. In 2007, 21 sectors were integrated into a single regulation about the Common Market Organization. And there was another obligation for member states to have a national plan. In 2013, another revolution, another landmark, the possibility to recognize and receive financial support from the second pillar for all POs, regardless of the production sector. In 2017, we had the omnibus regulation, the possibility to deviate from the competition law, and the future after 2023 is now what is being discussed. 3% of the first pillar could be allocated for the financing and the development of sectoral operational programs to other sectors behind other than fruits and vegetables. This is a major development, and each member state, each ministry should consider this. Now, what's the rationale behind the CAP support today? This is a quote from the Omnibus regulation. POs and producer associations as well, by consolidating supply and supplying products in the market, they contribute to the achievement of the CAP objectives, and they fortify the position of farmers in the food supply chain, whose operations they can further improve. So, two aspects. First of all, farmers benefit from POs, and also the food supply chain benefits as well. Let's see some figures from Greece related to the agricultural product supply chain. So, what are the main players? The agricultural sector, the food, beverage and tobacco industry, the wholesale product trade, the retail trade, and generally, finally, the food and beverage services.
Στην απασχόληση και στην ακαθάριστη προστιθέμενη αξία της χώρας. Ωστόσο,
However, in Greece, as it is the case in many EU countries, there is an imbalance, an asymmetry to the detriment of producers. First of all, because there is a fragmentation of holdings, too many farm holdings, more than 6 million agricultural parcels in Greece, for about 650,000 farm holdings. Also, increased consolidation of retailing chains. Also, unfair trade practices against producers. The latest report of the Competition Committee about supermarkets talked about an unfair practice that delays payment of producers. And this delay has increased by 30% from 2014 to 2018, while the average repayment term is 133 days. This is a huge period. So the Unfair Practices Directive was transposed into the domestic law. This directive is very useful, but it is even more useful to empower producers through cooperative schemes. How does CAP support POs? The first pillar is about the Single Common Market Organization. There is a recognition framework, the conditions, activities, the seeked objectives. Also, possibility to deviate from the competition law under some conditions. In case of market crisis or in other cases as well. Also, there is the possibility to negotiate the price in the dairy sector. These are the institutional interventions. And of course, there is financial support, mainly through the fruit and vegetables operational programs that can last from 3 to 5 years, and also support programs to olive oil organizations, a very important tool for our country. Second pillar, through Regulation 1305 of 2013, financial support to facilitate the establishment of producer groups and producer organizations in all sectors. Producer groups has been heredited from the CMO regulation of 2007. Back then, it was provided that for some specific areas, there was support of producer groups that are temporary, transitional structures, smaller structures. And they are a step towards the most advanced legal form, which is the production organization. So, under the second pillar, based on a business plan, producer groups and producer organizations can receive a lump sum subsidy in 5 installments based on the value of the production traded. Now, let's go to Greece. Let's go to the institutional framework in Greece. First of all, let's take a look at the legal form. In the green column, you can see producer organizations. On the left, you can see producer groups. And on the right column, you can see producer organization associations. These organizations are established on the initiative of producers, legal entities or individuals that exercise agricultural activity. They produce similar products and they are not member of another producer organization for the same product. As to the objectives, they are set under the regulations of 2013, such as the consolidation of supply, programming of production, trade, environmental actions, climate actions, joint actions related to logistics. This is This is very important. Now, let's talk about the number of members and the traded value. At least 20 members, regardless of the sector, and the minimum value of the traded quantity should amount to 250,000 euros. That's the minimum condition. For producer groups, there is no minimum value, and at least 5 individuals or legal entities are needed. There is an exception for producer organizations that deal with organic products. Then the minimum number of members is 10 members, while in mountain areas the minimum value is 100,000 euros. When it comes to requirements, supporting documents, there is a need of course, articles of association that describe the operation rules. Also, the obligation to trade 80% of the production through the production organization, 80% of the production of the members through the production organization. Also, these production organizations should operate in a democratic way. And let me stress that because sometimes it is underestimated. Democratic operation of POs is a precondition. Equally important to the economic requirement. And why is that? Because such organizations are established on the initiative of producers, so producers should take part in all decision-making processes. Another obligation, another commitment is that members should participate in the PO for at least 1 year. That's the minimum membership term. Also, there should be a separate accounting and/or managerial administration of PO producer groups that are members of producer organizations. Now, let's take a look at the figures. How many in Greece in 2019-2020? This is data from GE Epichirin. There are not official state data. So, please bear this in mind. We built on the 2019 EU report, and doing our own research, we came up with these futures. I do believe they are representative. First of all, we have 253 recognized POs. So an increase of 6% compared to 2017. More POs are engaged in the fruit and vegetable sectors. 132. And one of them is an association of POs. Fruit and vegetables are followed by olive oil and olives, followed by dairy, then cotton, cereals, rice, and other sectors. When it comes to the legal form, first of all, let's take a look at the members. We have more than 33,000 organized producers. Legal form. Most POs, more than 92%, have the form of an agricultural co-op. And there are too many members coming from agricultural cooperatives. Just a small number, just 19 POs, have assumed another legal form. The most popular one is IKE. Now let's look at producer groups, 219 producer groups. Cereals is the most popular producer group, followed by fruits and vegetables, then dairy, rice, cotton, olive oil, followed by other sectors. 4,000 members in producer groups,
περιπτώσεις.
Private limited company is the most popular form in producer groups.
Νομικές μορφές και αυτό προφανώς εξηγείται. Πάμε να δούμε τώρα στο δεύτερο μέρος πώς έχουμε αξιοποιήσει.
Let's see how we have
είτε στον πρώτο πυλώνα, είτε στο
tapped on the potential of the common agricultural policy. I will start with the first sector, focusing on operational programs for fruits and vegetables and the performance of this sector.
Είναι πανευρωπαϊκά και
because at the European level and at the Greek level, it is the most organized sector.
και την πιο σημαντική στήριξη. Έτσι, τα επιχειρησιακά προγράμματα των απορροκυπευτικών είναι και οι πιο ολοκληρωμένοι.
We have said that the operational programs for fruits and vegetables are the most complete form, so to say. I don't want to bore you with numbers and figures here. The only data that we have right now, since we are conducting this study, and this study will be completed until the end of July, are the approvals for 2021, which means that we are talking about amendments of existing programs or new applications. We're talking about 81 approvals right now. There are more operational programs, the already ongoing programs that didn't file for an amendment. I'm just mentioning that in order to have a figure in mind.
Σε αυτό το διάγραμμα, εδώ, με στοιχεία της έκθεσης της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής.
You can see some data of the report of the European Commission for Fruit and Vegetables from 2018. You can see that
στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση των 28, συμπεριλαμβανομένου και των Ηνωμένων. Βλέπετε την Ελλάδα.
You can see where Greece stands. In 2018, the funds that we have used are 22.8 million euros. Spain ranks first, then Italy, then France, Belgium, Germany, the UK and the Netherlands. Now, let's talk about the objectives that are chosen by producers for the operational programs, either in Greece or in Spain and Italy. I have asked my friends from Spain and Italy, since we have a similar profile, we produce more or less the same products, and I think that it is always useful to have data for comparison. This is something that is happening in Greece from 2013 until today. The producers' organizations invest into improve their trade and also to program their productions. They also invest in environmental actions, which is a prerequisite for them in order to start producing in a more environmental friendly way. They either have to choose two actions or they have to spend 10% of their budget towards improving the environment. So based on the data that we have for the proposal of the European Union, in the future, that would be 20%. They will have the percentage, that percentage will be doubled. And this is a political message. This is a direction that is about the new Green Deal. We are negotiating between 15 and 20%. In my opinion, that will be the final percentage. And 5% should be spent to innovation and research. That is the case for all countries, not only for Spain, Italy, and Greece. This is why they are not very popular now. This is why the Commission is trying to make that a necessity, a prerequisite for them in order to receive the funding. Now, let's see another very important figure, which shows which are the
Αυτά είναι στοιχεία της μελέτης που εκπώνησε η Κομισιόν το 2019.
The traded value. So the average of the European Union is 38%. Greece ranks at 10% at the lowest point of that scale, which means 10% of the traded value of the producers' organizations of fruit and vegetable in Greece have a share in the market, only 10%, when the average is 38%. Czech Republic ranks first with 84%, France with 75%, and Italy with 68%. We rank at the last
από την πολύ πρόσφατη το 2021 έκθεση, ετήσια έκθεση της Επιτροπής.
From the annual report of the European Commission for Fruit and Vegetables, with data from 2018, we can see how the traded value of the producer organizations for fruit and vegetables has changed from 2018 compared to the 5-year period of 2013 to 2015, we can see that there was a reduction of 23% for Greece. This is a large reduction. This is an important reduction when we see that in all other countries there was an increase, and a rather large increase, if we may say so. Now let's focus on the second pillar and the support to the producers' organizations and the groups of producers through the measure 9. I have mentioned some things in the beginning, which are the right holders, the groups of producers and the producer organizations.
10, ενώ 5 λέει το θεσμικό πλαίσιο για την ζωική παραγωγή, 10 για τη φυτική παραγωγή και για την ζωική παραγωγή 5.
As we have said, the minimum number of members from the groups of producers are 10 members or 5 members.
Στο εθνικό πλαίσιο που σας παρουσίασα προηγουμένως. Προτεραιότητα και μοριοδότηση δίνεται στις ομάδες και τις οργανώσεις εκείνες που αποτελούνται εξ ολοκλήρου ή εν μέρει από γεωργούς νεαρής ηλικίας, τις οργανώσεις
organizations that their members are young or they are in mountain areas or island areas.
Δίνεται η στήριξη με δύο ομάδες.
The support is given based on the business plan.
Ενός στόχου από κάθε
As we have said, they have to choose a goal from every group. 10% at least.
Εδώ δείχνω κάποια στοιχεία έτσι ενδεικτικά ότι οι στόχοι είναι σαφείς και μετρήσιμοι, με ελάχιστα όρια και περιγραφή των ενεργειών που πρέπει να γίνονται για να επιτευχθούν.
For example, at least 10% increase of the volume of production, of the average production for a 5-year period. And of course, the funding, the initial funding has been 25 million euros, and the percentages of support are given in 5 parts, from 10% to 2%, and the annual support is up to 100,000 euros per right holder. Right now, based on the decision of inclusion in 2019,
αυτά είναι τα στοιχεία που σας παρουσιάζω εδώ. Είχαμε 190
190 beneficiaries
και κάτι συνολική δαπάνη. Πόσες, είπαμε, 190 ομάδες και οργανώσεις παραγωγών, 138 ομάδες, 52 οργανώσεις, οι περισσότερες έχουν ως υπηρεσιακό πρόσωπο αγροτικό
are agricultural cooperatives, as we have said. Then we have private limited companies. Until the 1st December of 2020, 10 million of euros they were given for the first or the second year of the 5-year period. And at the figure, you can see, based on the inclusion decision, which were the sectors. Most of them were at the dairy sector, in the fruit and vegetables, in cotton, rice, cereal, and olive oil products. It is now really early to try and assess this new measure. We have been following it closely, and we will come back with more data to other events.
Πάμε να δούμε τώρα στο τρίτο μέρος συμπεράσματα, ερωτήματα και κάποιες σκέψεις
Now, at the third part, let's discuss our conclusions. The main conclusions are the following.
Καταρχάς, ένα βασικό συμπέρασμα είναι ότι υπάρχει ένα χαμηλό επίπεδο οργάνωσης των παραγωγών σε οργανώσεις παραγωγών. Μιλάμε για τις οργανώσεις
παραγωγών. A lot of producer organizations. I'm talking about the recognized producers organizations right now. There is also a lack of organization of those producers organizations to producer organizations associations. Right now, we have only 3 in Greece, 1 in fruit and vegetable and 2 when it comes to olive oil products. And this is a huge gap because the producer organization associations may cover the whole territory of Greece and they may play a very important role into the penetration to the European market of Greek producers. When it comes to the fruit and vegetables, we have said that this is the most organized sector, not only in Europe but also in Greece. The total level of performance is rather low.
Και κάποια ερωτήματα
για
να προβληματιστούμε.
In order, they are food for thought for the future. So, let's talk about the institutional framework and the social framework. Now, the huge question is, are we planning it in the right way? When it comes to our strategy, have we set strategic goals in order to support the creation of producers' organizations? For example, in Spain, and Gabriel is going to talk about that later, the horizontal strategic goal for their corporations, and it is also a law of the states, is to make them bigger. As Mr. Stein said, the critical factor is not the number of the producer organizations, but their size. The size is very important. Do we have any strategic goal in Greece? The institutional framework of recognition. How are we monitor and how do we safeguard that prerequisite for the producers organization about their trade activities? In Italy, for example, they have to trade 80% of their products in the producers organization if they have this activity. In Italy, for example, all producers organization, they have to have a trade activity. It is a prerequisite. The producers should give all the products to the producers organization. So in Italy, the percentage is 50%, with the exception of the fruit and vegetables, which is 100%. When it comes to the organic products, they have to give 75% of their production to the producer organization, and in olive oil 25%. Now, on an institutional level, how are we going to utilize the CAP measures? Do they serve any strategic goal? Are the measures user-friendly, or they have a huge percentage of red tape? Mr. Stein also said that a lot of times producers are discouraged by the red tape in order to participate in a producer organization and make the most of the possibilities of the CAP. I'm going to mention an example from Italy. The measure 9, for example, in the region of Campania. So, according to the measure 9, they were given more points to the producer organization, which had more members. So, the more the members and the more the trade value, the more points were given to that producer organization. You can see that the size of the producer organization is also part of the strategic planning. And last but not least, do we evaluate the applications of the measures of the CAP? This is also quite important, and I'm afraid that we keep forgetting it, and it is valuable. Like now, when we plan the strategic plan and the national strategic plan of CAP, we should evaluate ourselves. We should go back and have qualitative criteria. So, on a financial level, do we give more points to the organized producers? There are some examples.
Τίθενται κάποια κριτήρια διαφοροποίησης, π.χ. ανάλογα με το μέγεθος, τον αριθμό μελών δηλαδή και την εμπορευτής αξία, όπως σας είπα προηγουμένως για την Ιταλία. Βλέπω έτσι εικόνα που έχουμε
right now,
και τα στοιχεία που έδωσε η ομάδα η δική μας της ΓΕΑ που
the measures for the programs of agricultural development, we have seen that we are not consistent. Sometimes we give points such as 3 or 4 points out of the 100. Sometimes we don't give extra points. I don't know. There is not a coherent framework in Greece. And there is, we have, let's say, good intentions, but we don't have a central planning. We have seen that in the development law, we don't include the legal entity of the producers' organizations and the producer organizations associations. The agri-co-ops are mentioned and the producer groups are mentioned, but there is a lack. There is a gap to the law. Tax incentives. There is the law of 2019, according to which 10% is the tax. This is a positive step because from 13% it was reduced to 10%. But I want to put a question mark. Do we want to give extra incentives to the organized producers? And last but not least, how are we going to use the funds coming from the recovery fund?
Όλοι εστιάζουμε εκεί προφανώς. Είναι ένα πολύ σημαντικό κομμάτι της στήριξης σήμερα και στο μέλλον. Στο κοινωνικό επίπεδο, γιατί...
Now, when it comes to a social level, because collaboration is also a social activity,
πώς φροντίζουμε να καλύψουμε
how do we cover this gap of knowledge, of cooperation culture and of entrepreneurship that there is at the agricultural part of Greece? And I want to ask two questions. Do new producers do new producers, because we have to bear in mind that we want to attract young people to this agricultural sector. How are we going to attract young producers, and how are we going to attract young organized producers? Do they know the benefits of collaboration and the benefits that they can have from the CAP? Mr. Stein also mentioned those disadvantages. Do we give priority to knowledge transfer when it comes to entrepreneurship and collaboration? Entrepreneurship is, how can I say it, is a rather specific task which is very valuable for producers in order to achieve a better performance at their collective schemes. And last but not least, this will be my last slide, or rather I have 2 more slides. CAP is supporting and will keep supporting producers, but we have to make the most of it in the best possible way. And how is that? We have to plan with strategic goals, we have to implement it consistently, and combining it with national interventions, and of course by monitoring the implementation and by assessing its effects in order to improve in the future, and of course by listening to the beneficiaries and listening to the stakeholders. And this will be my last slide, which is the strategy for producer organizations. We have seen it that they are financial entities that can boost the negotiation, the income, the resilience of producers in crisis. Either we're talking about geopolitical crisis, financial crisis, such as the Russian embargo, the recent Russian embargo, and the distortions that it caused in Greece.
Άρα, να πάω στη σωστή διαφάνεια. Ωραία. Άρα είναι οικονομικές οντότητες, σήμερα και στο μέλλον
financial entities, but their future is combined to the climate, to the safety, to the traceability, which are prerequisites of the European Green Deal and, of course, of the future CAP, but also they go hand in hand with the society and with the market and with what the consumers want. So producers' organizations need knowledge, need innovation in order to safeguard their financial development in this new era, but at the same time they have a lot of advantages in order to disseminate knowledge and innovation, which is the key for the green and digital transformation of the Greek agricultural sector. You understand that that makes the dissemination easier because the notion of trust has already been built in the producers' organization. And last but not least, producers' organizations are very valuable tools for the social, environmental and financial sustainability for farmers and for the primary sector. Thank you very much for your attention. And I will be here. I will stay for the discussion. Thank you very much, Mrs. Tsifourou. Thank you, Ellie.
I will keep a few things that you said. I note that in our countries, despite the 30-year experience in operational products MPOs, just 10% of traded values for fruits and vegetables is traded through POs, and there is a trend to even decrease this. Secondly, compared to the other EU member states, we have more POs, but with fewer members and smaller figures in general. And the prices, the export prices, are particularly low for fruits and vegetables, which points to a wider problem. Our farmers, our holdings are smaller. Producer groups are big in number, but not in size. Generally speaking, Greece, unfortunately, and this is a totally other discussion, we have small structures, small holdings, small businesses. Before moving on to our next speaker, I would like to stress the critical questions raised by Ms. Tsifourou. Some of them were rather rhetoric. I know that Epichirin provides answers to some of these questions, and we need to answer them as a country as well. And those of you attending this webinar, please share your question, your answer, your thoughts on that. We have received many questions. We do read your questions. For example, a friend says that we cannot hire people through the human resources state organization, through subsidized programs. Can we do that through POs? So we have questions about practical issues or rather wider, more theoretical issues. All relevant questions have to be raised and answers need to be provided as well. Now, let's go to our next speaker, the last speaker for this session, Mr. Gabriel Trenzando Falcon. from the Cooperativas Agroalimentarias de España. What, is this right, Gabriel?
That's right. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Σ' ακούμε λοιπόν, Gabriel. Τι γίνεται στην Ισπανία?
So, the floor to you. What happens in Spain? We would like to follow your example about POs. So please share with us what's the picture in Spain, what are the trends, etc.
First of all, thank you very much for having invited me to this interesting conference. Producer organization is a very important debate in all the countries, especially in Mediterranean countries where the sector is quite strong. We are quite competitive. We are quite, as the moderator said, we are quite, let's say, oriented to the market, especially in Mediterranean sector. But we are quite atomized, and we need to do a lot. Even we need to do more. A lot of things has been said. I don't know if a lot of things has been said about producer organizations. I'm going to stick to in my 20 minutes and try to explain what is happening in Spain, and not trying to repeat what Mr. Sten or Mrs. Siforos has said. But starting for let's say for the basics, because a lot of time when we debate around producer organizations, we lose in the definitions and we lose in a lot of things. I think we have to stick all the time what is a producer organization exactly. And Mr. Sten said, it's a recognition. It's just a recognition made by the European Union law. Anybody who knows a little bit about this, we have this recognition because we have several legal entities. That's because it has been said too that a producer organization could be a cooperative, could be a limited company, or any kind of legal form that you could have in Greece or as in Spain or any other country. But however, all these definitions, all the legal entities should recognize a producer organization having three preconditions. It should not be changed. It's created by farmers, democratically governed by farmers, and for the benefit of farmers. Mr. Sten knows, and the European Commission knows, that the European Union regulation remains unclear on that point. For example, we have POs on fruit and vegetables, which are different in PO of dairy sector, and a little bit different of the producing crops under the rural development regulations. And of course, in behind of all these definitions, they are always the same objective. That is the reality that farmers are atomized. They need to improve their bargaining power in the food chain, as Mr. Set said. They need to scale up and to enjoy, the value of the corporations and to be more efficient. We always have this objective in behind. If we don't get this objective, of course, we will have producer organizations, but we won't get any, let's say, positive results. For us, for Spanish Agri-Food Cooperative, a PO is nothing else than a cooperative. We accept that our legal form could be a producer organization, but all the time, they have to respect that they have to be owned by farmers, democratically governed by farmers, and in profit of farmers. A producer organization should be an undertaking. It should have an economic integration among farmers at the entity, because they are owners of the entity. They are the stakeholders with a different governance, but they are the stakeholders. A PO is not a representing organization. It's not a lobby. A producer organization is not a tool just to get some European Union subsidies. And a lot of time we find in behind the debates that kind of problems. And after we say POs does not work or do not work, and of course do not work because they have forgotten the main objective is working for farmers. So this is for the introduction. So what is happening in Spain? In Spain, we have a lot of, let's say, cooperative and other kind of legal entities, but like producer organization is a recognition made by European Union regulation. Most of them, they are no POs. They are cooperative, they are other kind of legal entities owned by farmers, but we have so few, let's say, producer organizations and the end recognized by the European Union. We have the case of fruit and vegetables since the 90s, the decade of 90s, which is let's say the day where fruit and vegetable system born. After we have the dairy system, and at the end I will explain what is this case that we in our strategy from the cooperative, that we have created a new let's say recognition in the Spanish law, but under the umbrella of rural development programs, in order to encourage to scale up to improve the size of producer organization, especially the cooperative. So in the fruit and vegetable case, as you know, Spain is one of the most used, is one of the biggest sector in Europe. In this sector, we have, according to the last data, I think it was a little bit different from the Eli show before, but let's stay more or less the same. We have around 468 fruit and vegetables producer organizations. Most of them, of course, are cooperative. There are other which not. We are not. With European Union financing of 256 million euros. The main measure used in favor of farmers always, because it's always the end, the last objective. I mean, the final objective is just most of the measures are consecrated to producing planning in the farm, marketing investments, and quality improvement. And you see in the right side one the 10 biggest, let's say, fruit and vegetable cooperative in Spain, and I'm sure you know a lot of them. In the other side, we have this dairy producer organization. We have only 10 dairy producer organizations. And I have said before that depending how you define producer organization, of course, you are not going to get the same objective or the same results. The dairy POs has been designed only to trying to negotiate in the name of farmers. Let's say you can be a dairy PO and just not be an economic entity, simply having some structure or something like that. In Spain, we have recognized 10 dairy POs. Most of them, they are cooperative groups, but I can say that after near 10 years of activity, or let's say not activity, they never got to negotiate in the name of the farmers, unless like POs. Because when you are not an undertaking, when you don't trade, you cannot act in the market. Let's be clear on that. And okay, there is a debate. We have to defend the farmers, but if we think that the PO is like a representing organization, you are not going to get anything in the market. So that is happening in Spain. Now we got to the third kind of, let's say this is typically Spanish, that we have in 2013. Just the same day, just for the record, the same day we have got our food chain law in Spain, we have published this promotion of associative integration. This is a new, let's say, tool that we have created in order to encourage our cooperative to be together, to scale up their size. As Eli said before, and Mr. Sten said before as well, it is not the case to, let's say, we are going to be to get bargaining power in the food chain because we create producer organization. It does not matter the size. We need a strong undertakings and strong business in the service of farmers, and that's because we have created this. It means that that we need this cooperative integration act. It was looking for, let's say, to get larger and stronger cooperative in the markets, which will be more efficient and greater bargaining power. It will generate more higher value and employment. And of course, it will seize, the opportunities in the international markets, where the opportunities are completely far away from a farmer perspective. I mean, if he is not integrated in a business, okay, he is not exporting. He's simply beside the economical activity. And of course, they will receive price, whatever the market is at that moment, but he won't get any added value. He's not integrated in an economic business, in logistic or whatsoever. And of course, we are trying with this size that the cooperative improve the income related to the activity, the income for the farmers, the sustainability, and as well linked to the development of the rural development area, because the cooperative and the farmer are linked to the land, and of course, all the activity they create, they will share next to them to all the activity. I will be sure, because they are really linked, they cannot change the business. If they don't have the farm, they cannot continue with the business. They don't live when they are matters. They have to be, let's say, very imaginative and create always business perspective and opportunities. So who can be this, let's say, this entity, this, let's say, priority associative entity that is called in Spain? It could be a cooperative. It could be a typical Spanish entity as such is like a cooperative with some difference in the internal governance. It could be a group of cooperative or a producer organization recognized by the CAP regulation, European Union regulation, or any other kind of commercial entity, but with the condition that unless 50% of their capital, it should be owned by the cooperative or a SAT or a PO. Okay, so we try that this entity be all the time at the service and owned by farmers, or they have the majority of decisions in the entity. What are the benefits expected? So if we see here, I'm going to go fast. So we have this law in 2013, is a law, of course, but we need to feed with a policy, I mean, with a tool, because it's other mistake we make. We say, oh, we are going to fight for recognition of the POs, but if you don't have any policy, any tool behind, any company, any cooperative is going to be recognized because they are not interested. So it's a recognition because they open the door to other things. We have created this law, which is the tool in order to invest, in order to, let's say, invest public money in this activity are the National Plan of Rural Development in Spain. Spain is a regional country, so until 2014, I mean the last CAP reform, the rural development programs were enhanced exclusively of the regions, and we got that the European Commission, the European Union, leave us to, let's say, present a national program beside these regional ones. The question is, for that, the main let's say measure in this national program is this law, okay, in order to invest in these priority associative entities, and of course we have as well the regional program, but this is up to the regional government to decide how to invest that money. So, but in the national one, of course, we have to split, I mean, this financing, because of course, as you know, you cannot, let's say, you have to avoid the double financing of the same measure. That's because this entity has certain conditions, and those conditions are the same. First of all, relevant dimension. Okay, we have made the law with the intention that no cooperative that day could access to this tool. They need to do something. If you want to reach this tool, you need to convergence, or you need to join with other cooperative and to get a minimum size in terms of farmers members, in terms of market quota, and I must say that the internal turnover. And I have to say that the conditions are quite hard. I mean, no any kind of cooperative or group of cooperative can reach, this level. And we do that because we know that we need to go in and to attack this atomization problem that cooperative producer organization has. It exists in fruit and vegetable. It happens in Spain. Most of the fruit and vegetable, they have a turnover under 10 million euros, which in the international market is a really, really small size of company. They need to be super autonomous character. I mean, it means, as I said before, as there is a national rural development program, you need to have farmers or activity, of course, outside your region in order to, let's say, to reach this national program. Unless the law is a precondition, you have to have 10% of your members outside your region. Okay, that's you can apply. They need 2% to reach this tool and a stable integration. I mean, we try to avoid those kind of companies. Okay, we are going to be together 1 year in order just to access to the aid. to the subsidies. No, we need, you know, a marketing program, a trade program, investment program for at least 5 years. Like this, we assure that a serious, let's say, project for the future is made. Of course, we need to limit the participation of third parties. I mean, it is not the case we are a cooperative and arrive a capital member saying, okay, I have the 80%, I decide. No, at the maximum, as I said before, the maximum of participation of a third party, which is not a cooperative or producer organization, is 50% in order to hold the power in hand of farmers. And of course, the internal functioning should be democratic. What are the main measures we use this in the rural development program? Of course, training and information, education of members. The main one is investment in physical assets, and of course, cooperation for environmental projects. And this point is every year more and more important, because we speak about, for example, this 4 to farm strategy about a lot about farms, but more of the problem we will have as well in the facilities in the hands of farmers, because we need to, let's say, work in favor of this circular economy, own bioeconomy, etc. So these cooperation measures are growing year by year. But the main idea is investment in physical assets, especially in facilities. And the result of that, you can see in this slide, I'm finishing, that we have got in the last, since 2013, we have got 11 EAPs, this priority associative entity in English. I can say that in figures, these 11 entities are more or less more than 12% of the total turnover of the agri-food cooperative in Spain, around 4 billion euros, more than 11% of members, farmers, and of course, they have become real actors, international stakeholders and actors in the market in favor of the farmers, with very high level of investments. And I can say even that we have had some cases of, let's say, associations with cooperatives which are not in Spain, but in other country with let's say, common investments. So I could say that is a pretty interesting tool for cooperative in order to encourage them to overcome the, let's say, sometimes competition among them, and to try to encourage them to work together in order to produce a common profit for all. And I finish in with saying what is the strategic view for us with this, let's say, figure of POs. For us, one of the main elements in order to adapt and to encourage this PO figure is to size up the cooperative enterprise. You know that the question is not having thousands of cooperatives, the question is having really a strong structures for the farmers, in favor for the farmers. So you need to be unless the same size of your customers and suppliers in order to create a real trade relationship, a real fair trade relationship, a level playing field in the market. And as well, we say that basically for more than 100 years, APO is a cooperative. The case that we have a recognition in the European Union called producer organization is because historically in the European Union, you have several points of view about cooperatives, several legislations. So that's the case we say we are not going to speak about cooperative, let's speak about something different. But in behind, a PO normally has the same condition as a cooperative. As I repeat, the basics, it should be companies, it should be owned by farmers, governed democratically by farmers, and the service of the farmers. It does not change. It doesn't matter the legal form it takes. And of course, in the new CAP, we have worked a lot, and we have got, let's say, we have reached to open the European framework in order to similar to fruit and vegetable POs. In that we call sectoral interventions, and which it will get in the new CAP after 2023. And of course, it will be the opportunity for other producing sectors to create financial tools in order to invest in operational programs, which will be 50% financed by the European Union, 50% financed by their own producer organization. It means co-responsibility. It's not free money. You have to do something. You have to put your money in order to risk and to get your activity. I think this is good. We think this is good in order to make responsible the farmers, make responsible the directors, to be, let's say, a stakeholder relevant in the market. And of course, we need to face the market. We need to face the new sustainable production model, which is not, it won't be easy. It is out of the hands of a farm level. So we need these POs to work on that. And of course, one of the most important things is that it has been shown in fruit and vegetable, it has been shown since a long time ago that POs multiply the effect of public funds. With so few money, we can get a lot of objective and a lot of positive effects for the farmers and for the rural area. I stick here because I think a lot of things has been said, and I will be open to all your questions. In the debate, I know that always we have a lot of experience and we have a lot of opportunity to respond to the fears or the hopes of those who are for or against the producer organizations. But I think it's a very interesting tool. I think it's the history of cooperative. PO history is cooperative, and we need to do always the same, fit in the debate, to be open, and always saying that producer organization is a tool, but it's up to farmers to decide to go together or to go separately. It's always there's a freedom of option, but if you are in, you cannot be out. I leave it here. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that I can respond to all your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. I know that both you and Ellie you have both been very detailed in your arguments, and you have used a bit more of our time. But the good thing is that we have been receiving questions and in our laptops, in our telephones with SMS. Let me say the following, and I will repeat that after our short break. It seems that negotiations at CAP are at a dead end. The negotiations have stopped right now. This is what the information that we have. I know that Ellie spoke with Brussels a few minutes ago, and the negotiation is postponed for the end of June. We will have more information after our short break. We have, nevertheless, a lot of questions. I will ask one question to each of you, and maybe in the next session we will have the opportunity to say more things and come back to some of those questions. So, when it comes to Mr. Stein, Alexander, we have a friend asking the following questions. The participation in the producers' organization is a structural issue, and structural interventions need time. On the other hand, we are under pressure. We have to follow some issues. Does the Commission has any ideas or policies that will facilitate or accelerate the participation of farmers to producers' organization? For example, PO may be able to play a more regulatory role to the markets. Do you have any ideas such as this? Now, when it comes to Gabriel, Mr. Falcon,
Ήταν εξαντλητικά βέβαια αυτά που είπε.
You had a very thorough presentation, but after the introduction of the new CAP, a lot of sums from the first pillar will be given to operational plans for a lot of products, and not only for olive oil, fruit and vegetables, etc. Your organization has any plans? Do you have any ideas for the future? Do you have any strategic plan towards this direction? And there is another group of questions that are for Eli, but unfortunately I know that Eli cannot answer. Maybe the minister, if he were here with us, he could answer. For example, the measure 9. Are we going to have a new action when it comes to measure 9? Or other similar questions? In my opinion, this is the most important question, Eli, for you. They relate to measure 9. So, if you could give us a short remark, each of you. Of course, you can make another remark if you wish, but Mr. Stein, kindly answer to the question by our listener. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Policies to accelerate or to facilitate the participation of farmers in POs. What we currently have, and what I also presented, is of course that the POs can be funded, or not directly funded, but can receive financial support if they're in the fruits and vegetables sector, and otherwise, if they are recognized, they benefit from the competition from some competition derogations and the like. So this is a bit of framework that should encourage the POs. Then there's also producer groups that can be set up again to facilitate the creation of POs and the transition to them. But otherwise, I mean, as you also just said, the negotiations for the new CAP are ongoing or now have been delayed, as you said. So I cannot really anticipate what the outcome will be there. That would be not wise for me to do that. But what might happen is that member states will get more freedom to choose to apply sectoral interventions also in other sectors, and for instance in fruits and vegetable sectors. So that could then also encourage a bigger participation in producer organizations, if then member states then choose to do so, or to allocate money from their direct payments to those interventions. But as I said, like, this is something I can't comment on definitely at this stage.
Thank you. Gabriel, you have the floor now. Do you have any comment when it comes to if you have a plan in Spain when it comes to a more, let's say, when do you have any plans regarding the other products? Do you have anything in mind, not only for fruit and vegetable? Or is this too early?
We have a lot of things in mind, a lot of ideas, because as I explained, we have created since the last rural development programs this, let's say, a specific figure in order to encourage the size. As in behind is like a big producer organization. We have said, and Eli knows that we have been success in order to open the frame at the European Union level, but at the end, it is up to the member state to decide if to apply or not to apply, these sectorial, let's say, measures. So we hope our government do it, but we are not sure. But if your question is what our sector thinks, I can say that all the sectors are willing to do and to apply this, because they have seen that the problems of the farmers are in the market are not only the dairy payments. The dairy payments have not a lot of, let's say, impact in the markets. But of course, it's quite hard to say to your members, we are going to reduce 1 or 2% of your direct payments, which in other part, we don't know what is going to happen in 2023, in order to nourish and a small budget for the overall, but it will be a huge impact in the sector. But of course, we have a lot of strategy, we have a strategic plan in order to scale up our size of the cooperative. We need to work in the sustainability of the system, to encourage the cooperative brand, the link with our consumers, and all the sector are really interested in financing these kind of things. And we have this 50%, which is really low money, because other 50% will be in hands of their own farmers through the producer organization, they will be very happy to do it, unless from the cooperative sector. This is the future. I think this will be the future of the policies, because it's the only economic, real tool that we have in hand of the agri-food sector in the producing sector for the time being.
Thank you, Gabriel. Ellie, a short comment. You have mentioned before that right now we have trying to evaluate how Measure 9 has affected Greece, and maybe you can say some conclusions. Yes, Nikos, I have said that it is too early. It was announced in 2018. The recognition decision was issued in July 2019. So this measure is at its beginning, and this is why I couldn't provide you with the evaluation and some qualitative data. As you have said yourselves, I don't have any new information on that point. I assume, and I don't know if we have someone listening to us from the ministry, I can only assume that now we are in the transition towards the new CAP until 2023, that the new CAP will be put to action. We don't have any news that this measure will be opened again. This is rather difficult to me. We are waiting for this new agreement to the CAP, and we hope that it will come sooner rather than later. That will show us the direction for the new programming period after 2023. Just a last remark. We have a question on how can the organization or the cooperative face someone who is a really strong player in the market. I agree with Gabriel that the size of the producers' organization is important, and I know that also Mr. Stein has mentioned that the size of the producers' organization is very important in order to have power in the market. And the size, of course, comes from the collaboration, comes from a substantial collaboration, which means that the farmers and the producers should be committed to that group. It means that they will trade their products through the organization, and that means that all collective schemes should have a trade activity. They should make common investments, but making the most of all the tools they have in their hands, and support with knowledge, with innovation. Knowledge is also related to the operational aspect and the entrepreneurial aspect of the organizations. We need to have innovation, because innovation is a catalyst that can facilitate more income, but also can facilitate sustainability. We all agree with that. Economy, environment, and society go hand in hand, and all those three are catalysts for organizations, producers to become better, to have more income, and to also to have a better luck, let's say, in the markets, and to be able to look their partners eye to eye, to be at the same level. There is another interesting question that just came in. It seems that those financial incentives are not enough. Which are the policies on a national and the European level to create a new culture, a cooperative culture? This issue ranks very high. We have seen that also to Mr. Stein's presentation, that this cooperative culture is a catalyst at a society, and also helps farmers to participate in producers' organizations. However, since this is a very important issue for Greece, I don't know if you want to make a short comment, a last short comment, all three of you, because this cooperation culture and cooperative culture is a very important thing, and the incentives, maybe on the European planning and on the national level. I don't know, Mr. Stein, if you want to make a last remark.
Yes, thank you. Yes, indeed it is important, but the culture. I don't know whether funding can create the culture necessarily, but like what we do now here is reaching out and explaining the benefits. So that is also something that farmers in the end have to understand and to embrace themselves, that if they cooperate, that it is good for them. And as I also shown in the presentation, for POs to be successful, they also need to be a homogeneous PO. There needs to be trust within the PO and so on and so forth. Simply providing incentives, external incentives, and pushing farmers into POs for those reasons might in the end then not really work out if it's not something that is embraced internally. So it's a bit difficult, the question. So you cannot really force somebody to a PO to then somehow be successful. So I think like setting the framework as we did is already one step, and perhaps there can be more can be done. And as we know, currently the negotiations are ongoing. So again, I can't comment on that. But I think to some extent it is then also something that farmers themselves have to want and have to understand and do.
Ευχαριστούμε τον κύριο Στάιν. Να ενημερώσω μόνο ότι ήδη μπήκαμε στο διάλειμμα, οπότε θα ήθελα οι δύο επόμενοι ομιλητές.
Now, please be succinct. Thank you, Mr. Stein. We will take a break, so please be short in your answers. Do members of organizations in Spain, do they realize the benefit for them, or they're just focusing on the economic pluses, let's say, of their participation?
Well, of course they realize. When a member is in a company as a cooperative, he is the owner, and he realizes, even in the bad times, what will we do if the PO or the cooperative do not exist? That's a real question. So, because when you have a strong PO or cooperative in a village or in a region, normally all the other stakeholders take the reference of the cooperative. And it has been said as well, the European Commission study they made in 2013. So I would like to say that the real thing is we need to inform of good practices, to inform about good examples, to make pedagogy, to make farmers understand that it is a voluntary act to be part of the PO or cooperative, and to say that once you are in, is a responsibility because you are an owner. I don't know any owner who is not responsible of their own company, and to fight against generalizations. Always have listen, POs does not work, but I have never said companies does not work because you have, of course, good companies and bad companies. That's clear. And of course, to fight against fake POs is a big problem, because when you have fake POs, PO is not working well, and at the end, all the POs are the same. And this is not true.
Ένα τελικό σχόλιο και...
Just a short comment. I think that a lot of things and important things have been said that allow us to make conclusions and give answers. I would say that on the farmer side, the main concepts are the freedom of choice. So cooperating is a choice that I have the freedom to make, but it also entails commitment and responsibility. These are the three main concepts for farmers. And of course, then specific knowledge and know-how will provide them with the tools to develop and support as well. There are an infinite number of choices in order to provide support. There is not a single key to success. There are countries where there is no legal framework for organized structures, such as Denmark. Nevertheless, cooperatives are very successful there. So it's all about strategy. And strategy can be prepared either by the cooperative or the state. And again, this is a choice as well. But we always have to have in mind our goal, our objective. So let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all our speakers. Let's take a 5-minute break and we will be back.
Σήμερα έχουμε το ίδιο χωράφι. Καλλιέργεια, καιρικές συνθήκες, όλα ίδια. Ποιο θα έχει μεγαλύτερο κέρδος και ανεβασμένη ποιότητα παραγωγής?
Το έχω. Έως μείον 60% λίπανση, μείον 43% άρδευση, μείον 66% ψεκασμούς, συνεπάγεται GeaSense.
Αυτό είναι. Ιδιοφυΐα.
Σύστημα εφιούς γεωργίας GeaSense. Το κατεβάζεις στο κινητό σου και σ' ανεβάζει. Μπείτε τώρα στο geasense.gr ή ανακαλύψτε το στο επίσημο δίκτυο συνεργατών GeaSense.
Επανήλθαμε, αγαπητοί φίλοι, κυρίες και κύριοι. Περνάμε στην τρίτη ουσιαστικά ενότητα της συζήτησής μας. Να κάνουμε μόνο μία μικρή παρένθεση, γιατί το αναφέραμε πριν. Και αυτό ήταν και ένας από τους λόγους που αργήσαμε μερικά λεπτά για να αρχίσουμε. Πραγματικά έχουν διακοπεί οι συνομιλίες για την αναθεώρηση της ΚΑΠ στις Βρυξέλλες. Θα κατεβάσω λίγο τη μάσκα μου. Αν και έχουμε κάνει τεστ και οι δύο, γιατί ρώτησε κάποιος, και έχουμε κάνει και εμβόλια και οι δύο. Έχουν διακοπεί οι συζητήσεις. Αυτή τη στιγμή δίνονται συνέχεια συνεντεύξεις στο Ευρωκοινοβούλιο, οι Υπουργοί και οι Κομισιόν θα δώσουν συνέντευξη. Προέκυψε μάλιστα από ό,τι μάθαμε και ένα ζήτημα με μία αναφορά με τον Έλληνα Υπουργό, τον κύριο Λιβανό. Ρωτήθηκε ο κύριος Στάιν από τους Ευρωβουλευτές πώς σχολιάζει την τοποθέτηση του κυρίου Λιβανού, του Έλληνα Υπουργού, ότι η Ευρωβουλή με τις τάσεις που κράτησε στις διαπραγματεύσεις.
Livanos, that there is a democratic deficit in the European Parliament. And Mr. Stein said, I will listen to his statement and I will get back to you. Anyway, our country wants a good agreement and not any agreement. Anyway, let's go to our last session for today. We started with the opening remarks. Then we moved to the big picture, to the state of play. We heard from Mr. Stein about the European Union. Mr. Ford talked about the Greek context, and Mr. Falcon talked about the Spanish context. So, moving on to people that are closer to the front line. Mr. Kravaris, the president of the agricultural cooperative of Zagora at Pilion, one of the most iconic cooperatives in Greece. 100-year history, I believe, Mr. President. One of the participants asked before what we can do in order to further embrace and establish the cooperative culture. One of the things that we can do is study the history and the case of these iconic cases such as the Zagora. Also, together we have with us Mr. Fotis Hatzipapadopoulos. Mr. Hatzipapadopoulos will talk about the smart farming services. Is Fotis here with us? Fotis is part of the core team that developed the GeaSense system, which is now in the market. It is available in the market. Also, Mr. Avatangelos, he is the director of Agricultural Entrepreneurship Centers of the Directorate of Agricultural Banking at Piraeus Bank. Mr. Betas, head of agricultural companies and organizations at Central and Western Greece, and Mr. Athanasopoulos, president of the Agricultural Olive Oil Cooperative, called Eleonas, from Gargaliani at the Peloponnese, in the Peloponnese. This cooperative is also a recognized PO. Let's start with the president of the Agricultural Cooperative of Zagora. He has a commitment afterwards, so we will give him the floor. Good morning.
Αξιότιμες κυρίες και κύριοι διοργανωτές, συνομιλητές.
Dear organizers, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good afternoon. It is obvious that actions such as today's actions can only have a positive impact. It is a great honor to be here with you. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is to draw useful conclusions and use them in order to develop POs. Unfortunately, despite the many references to the benefits of such a form of agricultural entrepreneurship, the general sense among most producers is negativism, fear, and instability. Possibly, they have some right. I do hope that me and my cooperative will make a positive intervention in order to persuade you that indeed POs are a sustainability tool, a positive sustainability tool, and it is a vehicle for sustainable agriculture, a requirement for the new CAP. The Zagora cooperative is mainly known for its very well-known apples under the Zagorin brand. It was founded 105 years ago. It is the oldest agricultural cooperative in Greece. When it was established, Greece was still fragmented. It was during the First World War, and mainly we shipped our products via sea when the sea was calm.
Ήδη τη δεύτερη δεκαετία λειτουργίας του, ο συνεταιρισμός είχε πρατήριο στο κεντρικότερο λιμάνι της χώρας.
During our second decade of operation, we had a center in the main port of the country, but we had to suffer as well due to natural disasters and losses. In 1937, we concluded a 20-year bank loan for the establishment of the first privately owned warehouse. A few years later, it was destroyed because of the civil war. The financial impact was huge, but the cooperative tried to restore the warehouse, and also in 1982, once part of our extension was completed, there was a fire and we had to rebuild it. So, if it was a single entrepreneur, he would have been destroyed. Since the 1980s, we have a stable growth, and of course this coincides with Greece becoming an EU member state. We made the most out of EU funds, either under the CAP or other mechanisms. We have 800 members from Zagora and 2 nearby villages. And the producers from the 2 nearby villages are the recognized producer groups. We have implemented hundreds of development projects, such as simple refrigeration chambers turning into controlled refrigeration chambers, also restructuring of cultivation after 2010. Depending on weather conditions, we collect about 15 million kilos of fruits from our holdings. 90% of the products of the cooperative are fruits. The varieties we cultivate is Golden Delicious, Fuji, Jonah, and other varieties. such as the Firiki, a very well-known variety of the Pelion Mountains. Other products include pears, cherries, kiwis, chestnuts. I do believe that our producers have benefited. They have ensured high quality and hygiene for their products, so we have ensured consumer protection. And we have managed to also safeguard and protect our environment. So, since 1999, step by step, we went down a path that includes smart quality systems that abide by very strict standards. We are being inspected and certified according to various standards. We use good agricultural practices. We use traceability mechanisms. We use environmentally friendly mechanisms and tools.
Και περιβαλλοντικά υπεύθυνη γεωργική επιχείρηση, ενσωματώνοντας σύγχρονες καλλιεργητικές πρακτικές με αποτέλεσμα τη μείωση των εισρώων. Ξεκίνησε να εφαρμόζεται πειραματικά με χρηματοδότηση από ευρωπαϊκό πρόγραμμα τη δεκαετία.
In the 1990s,
αποφασίστηκε η καθολική εφαρμογή του για όλα τα μέλη του συνεταιρισμού μας υποχρεωτικά σε καλλιέργειες μήλου, κάστανου, αχλαδιού.
We started the experimental implementation of various such mechanisms, and this became obligatory after 2000.
Είναι αφενός η διαρκή ανάπτυξη.
Our objective is also to develop a weather condition station that help us better manage our farms, our holdings, and our cultivations. And also we use vaporizers throughout the territory where there are holdings of the cooperative, following a 4-year experimental implementation. This allows us to also use phytosanitary mechanisms.
Κάτω του ανώτατου επιτρεπόμενου ορίου σε υπολείμματα από δραστικές ουσίες.
And we have below limit residues of fertilizers.
Αναφέρθηκε ως υποδειγματική γεωργοπεριβαλλοντική πρακτική στην ιστοσελίδα του Εθνικού Φορέα της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής.
We follow good practices that have also been posted and published in the EU website. Several funds, such as certification costs, are covered under the Producer Group operational program. Also this year, we will start the experimental implementation of the fight against an insect that is destroying our apples. And at the same time, this project will allow us to protect the national environment and our water resources. We also receive funds under the Life Pure Agro H2O system, and it is about the photocatalytic nanofiltration for pollutant removal and water reuse of agro-industrial effluents. This will further enhance the already high quality of our apples. We work together with the Phytopathological Institute and also the Democritus Institute, which has developed the innovative method. And also in cooperation with the Almeria University, which is which is also implementing a similar system in Spain. After this implementation, we aim to save 95% of the water used on a daily basis. This is the first part of an overall investment of €5 million. This investment will allow us to be able to control the internal quality of apples as well. This is a very good investment for our cooperative, and it is funded under Measure 421 of the Agricultural Development Program. We also work closely together with GEA Epichirin services, and we wouldn't, and of course, it goes without saying that we wouldn't have achieved all this unless there was a PO. Also, we have an infrastructure that allows us to have green energy for our facilities. This investment is not yet complete because of the pandemic. In Greece, indeed, there are reservations, and cooperative culture developed mainly during the 80s was opportunistic, and very soon it collapsed. The same happened after the voting of the law on cooperatives around 1915. However, we are proud of our cooperative.
Η διάταξη αυτή πρώτη φορά αναφέρθηκε στο καταστατικό του 1922, ενώ το 1935 αυστηροποιήθηκε με πρόβλεψη επιβολής.
There is a provision in our cooperative that says that all farmers members are obliged to provide 100% of their production to the cooperative. For us, this is a very good provision, and it has helped us in our success.
Στις εκάστοτε εξελίξεις. Δεν θα αναφέρω περισσότερα.
I won't go into more lengths. I don't want to waste more of your time. I do hope that I gave you an idea about how a cooperative scheme can meet modern challenges and benefit members, farmers, consumers, and the environment. This is all these actors are the key to primary sector sustainability. I would like to thank the organizer for their kind invitation to participate in today's workshop. And I would also like to thank all the speakers and the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, President. We would also like to thank you. I come from Karditsa, the city of Karditsa. When I was young, we were eating only Firikia apples coming from Pili and from Zagora. This is the only kind of apple that we had. And then Firikia was stopped producing because we were all wanting to eat red apples. And Zagora right now has one of the best fruit productions of all country, and maybe one of the most innovative apple production in the European Union. And those who said that agricultural cooperatives failed in Greece were right. But we cannot blame cooperatives themselves, because if we want to think about the changes and interventions in Greece and in the Greek agriculture came from cooperatives. And one of the best examples is your example, the example of the agricultural cooperative of Zagora. But they chose and used those programs in the agricultural development. They were able to go to new markets. They were always able to meet the needs of the market. Thank you very much. I wish you the best of luck and success. Thank you very much. Good luck. Now, let's go to the next speaker. Is Mr. Hadjipapadopoulos here with us? Hello, Fotis. Hello, Mr. Hadjipapadopoulos. As we have said before, we saw your TV spot, and the farmer says, it's okay, I got it. I know all about smart farming. Now, you have the floor. GEA-SENS has not started today. We have started 4 years ago, but what was launched this year is a new level of service that gives the possibility to any farmer in Greece to use GEA-SENS through their mobile devices. I have prepared a presentation for today's conversation. I want to share it with you in order to give you some ideas that we have from our experience through smart farming all those years in Greece. And in my opinion, that will give us food for thought for this digital workshop. So, smart farming and producers' organizations, those are two concepts which are both very important and that they will have a very important impact on sustainability, both on financial sustainability and environmental and societal sustainability. Let's say a few things about smart farming. What is smart farming about? It means that we can manage everyday activities of a farm holding, of a farmer, of a producer that takes decisions and farms their holdings. And we do that by making the most of technology. And we try to make that management better in order to improve the margin of the farmers, but also to reduce environmental impacts and also to produce products of better quality. Therefore, we utilize technologies that make decision-making better. For example, when they're going to spray, where they're going to irrigate their land, which are the techniques that they are going to use. So a category of technology that helps the decision-making process, and another category that helps the more precise implementation of that decision-making in the land. Smart farming includes all that aspects, but what is necessary in order to describe what we do as smart farming is decision-making. Decision-making process is the most critical part, and what allows us, with a small investment, to produce better results. So, the results are multidimensional. For example, the reduction of the production cost, the increase of the production itself, the improvement of the products. We have a better risk management, since in farming risks are something specifically important, but we also have added value to the end product. So all this together give a result to us which is very important also for the environment. So, smart farming is an important tool in order to be able to achieve sustainability in all its dimensions. So, smart farming is a revolution for farming, technology revolution that, in comparison with other technological revolutions, at the same time, it allows us to achieve better financial sustainability and environmental sustainability at the same time, while in the past this was not the case. In order to achieve smart farming, we have to follow some specific steps. First and foremost, we need to collect samples, because smart farming is about technologies in order to collect as much samples as we can. And we use that information in order to make decisions. As you can see, technologies are like sensors in the lands and drones or satellites that fly above, but also human beings, the farmer themselves. Relevant scientists, and all those data can be digitalized, and then it allows us to have a good opinion about what is going on in our land. the second step is to utilize that information, that knowledge, in order to make better decisions. And in order to be able to implement that step, we use various knowledge management technologies, such as the artificial intelligence. And the third step is to implement those decisions in the right way. And then smartphones are very helpful, since it is a tool that not only young farmers but also older farmers have always with them, and they are the guide in order to implement smart farming exactly when they need it in their land. Right now, I want to focus on the following, because in my opinion it is very important.
Ποιο είναι αυτό το χαρακτηριστικό της εφιούς
γεωργίας? Which is that characteristic of smart farming that makes it so important?
Και με τις οργανώσεις παραγωγών.
And I believe that producer organizations should use it. And this is artificial intelligence.
Αυτό το οποίο εννοούμε όταν λέμε τεχνητή νοημοσύνη.
Since when we talk about artificial intelligence, we use automatic algorithmic processes in IT which are not programmed to do something in a specific way, but rather they can be trained through the utilization of data that are collected. So, are those technologies that can be trained through data, and they create algorithms that have the possibility to evolve themselves in order to make to give us better and better results. When those technologies are used in specific processes, this is what we call artificial intelligence, and what is available right now, and what that is used in various human activities. Nevertheless, there is the artificial intelligence in its more broader sense, which is that intelligence that can learn and implement general processes in a broader level, but we don't know when and if that can be achieved. Now, when it comes to smart farming, at the second step of the utilization of data that we collect in order to make good decisions, I apologize, says the speaker. So, at this stage, it is very important to have data that will train our artificial intelligence algorithms. However, those algorithms have a better efficiency when they are trained with data that come from a specific geographical area. And this is why the factors that affect farming, such as the plants, all the various biological factors that affect, such as mucus or insects or other microorganisms, or the soil, the environment, all those factors have a strong geographical effect. So, in order to be effective in smart farming, we need to train artificial intelligence with data coming from this specific region, geographical area. So, this is something that we have understood in action. Ready-made softwares that come from other areas or even from other countries, when they are called to be implemented ready-made in Greek farming, we have a large percentage of mistakes. So it is necessary, in order to use smart farming, to use it, but in order to do that, we need a lot of data. And when we want to do it with the right way, it is very difficult to collect data only by one farmer, or by a few farmers. And this is why We believe that producers' organization can play a major role in smart farming. Based on our experience, smart farming can be used really good when it will be used by one or more producers' organizations in a specific area, since it allows us to have a large volume of data from this local region. It allows us also to have something else which is very important, to have a long-term commitment in order to give the possibility to the algorithms to evolve and learn from that data.
Το γεγονός ότι ευνοεί την ίδια την αποτελεσματικότητα της γεωργίας, η οργάνωση παραγωγών, σημαίνει και το ακριβώς αντίστροφο.
This is a two-way path, a two-way, let's say, benefit. Since producers' organizations who produce one product, such as the Zagora Agricultural Cooperative, we're talking about the apple with a protected origin. Smart farming gives the possibility to improve its qualitative characteristics, to reduce the cost of production, and at the same time to give added value. And all those work better when they are combined with the commercial and the operational management of a single product. Therefore, the combination of smart farming and the power of producers' organization is a combination that is beneficial for sustainability, is good for economic sustainability of the producers' organization. It helps smart farming to operate in a better way, and is something that we have proof. We say it because we can, because based on our experience, we can say that and be sure about that. And we have a lot of experience in Greece, but also abroad in some other countries. And we have seen its application in different geographical areas and with different products. A large number of that is done by agricultural cooperatives, and we have seen in action that this synergy can improve efficiency and also sustainability. This was all for me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Hadjipapadopoulos.
Everything you said was really important, but I do insist, and we will have a discussion and a Q&A later. I insist, what does the farmer on the ad spot means when he says, good, I got it? I have heard EU commissioners, EU MPs, EMPs. Everybody talks in favor of YeaSense. And this is an honor. And it is a reality. It's not about the future. It's already here. So during our Q&A, please explain what the farmer means in your spot when he says, I got it. Now, moving to Mr. Avatangelos, also about the front line. He is the Director of Agricultural Entrepreneurship Centers at the Directorate of Agricultural Banking in Piraeus Bank. Mr. Avatangele, just share your thoughts with us. What about the needs to enhance economic, social, and environmental sustainability through POs? The floor to you. Good afternoon, Mr. Lapas. I don't know if you can all hear me. Good afternoon to all participants, to your distinguished guests, and a big thank you to YeEpichirin, who gave us the opportunity to speak in this digital workshop and share our knowledge, our experience, and our perception in relation to the primary sector, the interventions we have been doing, more generally and specifically about POs. Our presentation will not only focus on POs, which are a more advanced cooperative scheme. We have also included producer groups, which is the first step. It is also the birthplace for producer organizations. To begin with, I would like to focus on the title of my presentation: Holistic Intervention by Piraeus Bank. And what does holistic approach means to us? The agri-food sector has always been a constant strategic choice of the bank, especially over the past years, because it is a main growth pillar for the Greek economy. Under this perspective, I would like to say that the primary sector is the heart. This is where the entire agri-food sector begins.
Σε επίπεδο στρατηγικό, αν θέλετε, σε επίπεδο μεθοδολογίας, σκέψης και πράξης, ως εξής. Πρώτον,
And what do we do?
Για να μην υπάρχει ασάφεια, δεδομένου ότι παρουσιάζουμε αυτή τη στιγμή κάποια πράγματα ως Τράπεζα Πειραιώς. Η παροχή χρηματοδότησης...
We believe that financing, either to individuals or legal entities, is not just a capital stream. It is a growth and development leverage and a method to resolve any structural problems in the agricultural sector. We realize, we understand, and we believe that modern agriculture needs to be economically sustainable and environmentally safe. We support the agri-food sector in order to meet the challenges of sustainable development. We serve sustainable banking through our products and services. We focus on excellent customer service, either farmers or legal entities or individuals. We cooperate and we create partnerships for the development of renewable energy sources, the implementation of investment and interventions that need to be made in order for agri-food operators to better use natural resources, reduce their production costs, and be more effective. The Piraeus Bank is the by excellence bank of the primary sector in Greece. This is why we are here for the biggest challenge which lies ahead, namely the digital transformation, not only for the primary sector, but generally for the Greek economy. And if you have taken a look at the recovery plan, which is at the final approval stage by the EU institution, a big part of funds will be allocated to what we call digital transformation in the Greek economy, both horizontal and vertical. Therefore, we support digital transformation, and in our opinion, the best tool for this transformation is gradual development of throughout the country and all cultivations of all tools offered by the so-called precision farming, precision agriculture. Allow me now to go into more detail about what we do. Let's be more specific what our interventions are. When it comes to legal entities, meaning co-ops, agricultural partnerships, POs, producer groups, any associative scheme in the agri-food sector, anything under the law on agricultural cooperatives, we place it under the Directorate of Agricultural Banking, and more specifically under the Agricultural Entrepreneurship Centers. And as you can see in this slide, they are placed throughout Greece. They are supported by dedicated bank executives. We have 9 customers. Service points and 3 managers. And those people support more than 300 agricultural co-ops and cooperative schemes, offering more than 400 million euros. But let's not focus only on financing. We support our clients/partners so that we promote a central idea, and this central idea is that cooperative schemes as legal forms shouldn't be dysfunctional, either internally or externally, that would be an obstacle to their entrepreneurial success. They have nothing to envy from private limited companies, and this is proven by the international experience and by the abundant literature on this topic. Cooperative schemes at the international level have grown in size over the last years and have exceptional economic and other type of performance. Other than legal entities, we cover individual farmer needs, having a range of services and products. Many of you might have already used them, the so-called agricultural card, the so-called open agricultural loan, loan to buy land, PVs for farmers, loans for equipment, and dedicated loans through the Central Development Bank. Moreover, our directorate has a dedicated unit for contractual farming. The expansion of contractual farming is part of, is also mentioned in the recovery plan. We have more than 300 partnerships with businesses and agricultural co-ops, meaning 300 contracts that we have supported, including more than 25,000 approved producers and more than 55 products. So through this banking product, contract farming, we bring together businesses with farmers. Moreover, I apologize, but there is a slight connection problem and we cannot hear very clearly the speaker. Anyway, we have another unit as well, another department that serves the organizations supervised by the Ministry of Agricultural Development. All agricultural subsidies that are managed by the Payment and Control Agency for Guidance and Guarantee Community Aid, all those payments are managed for OPKP, this agency, by the Piraeus Bank. This is more or less what we have been doing, and through this short presentation, my point was to define what we call holistic approach and management by the Piraeus Bank in the agro-food sector. And the stakeholders, the participants in the primary sector of our economy, either individuals or legal entities or agencies of the Ministry of Agriculture. Now, let's talk a little bit in more detail about producer groups and organizations and why they are part of the market. Some cooperative schemes that we treat them in a strategic way. What is their utility, their usefulness? This has already been explained by the previous speakers, so I won't bore you with more details. But I would like to say that producer groups and organizations help producers jointly tackle challenges. This is something we have realized on a daily basis when we are in contact with the clients. Sometimes what's missing is the rationale that we work together, so we develop cooperative schemes. Either we call it producer group or producer organization, regardless of the legal form. So we work together, we face challenges together, we develop, we grow together, and finally we gain a sustainable future together. It is this togetherness is the key word. So POs and producer groups facilitate cooperativeness and boost the bargaining power. And achieve, strike a balance between supply and demand and the bargaining power of each part of this equation. So we intervene and we provide a portfolio of products and services to such organizations and schemes. Some of them have already been presented to you, but we are also interested we want to provide financing and make a contribution. We want to help these organizations grow and help them boost their bargaining power within the value chain of the agri-food sector. And how can you boost your bargaining power? By having good products, constant quality, stable quality, sufficient quantity, modern technology, rational management of inputs, investments for the future, modern equipment, reliability, effectiveness to the benefit of members. So these are our recommendations. These are the criteria, let's say, based on which we operate when it comes to the financing support of such entities. More specifically, over the last 1.5 years before the pandemic, we started recording and we started an inventory, let's say, of such schemes. We chose 218 COP schemes, partnerships, which account for more than 60% of all such legal entities that operate in Greece and have a separate tax ID number regardless of their legal form. We approached them, we chose them, and having done that, we started some contacts in order to get to know them and record their needs. This is a general distribution, geographical distribution of these 219 entities. that meet our criteria. Here you can see their geographic distribution, which can be better seen in this pie chart. 63% is in northern Greece, 22% in southern Greece, and 15% in central and western Greece. Now, as to their legal form of these producer groups or organizations, 50% accounts for agricultural co-ops, 42% accounts for private limited companies that include small schemes, small producer groups that were established in a more short term. They are private limited companies with 5, 6, 7 members, because 5 members is the limit. And the aim is to manage certain funds under Measure 9 or other EU subsidies, and buy some equipment, etc., etc. So these groups of producers, not all of them, but many of them share these characteristics. They were established, and we don't know whether they will be here in 6, 7, 8 years. That's all on my part for now. I would like to also say is that Mr. Betas, my associate, will present the results of a more qualitative study from a sample of these 218 groups.
Είσαι σε mute, Spiro.
Spiro, you have the floor. You can unmute yourself.
Είσαι σε mute.
Kindly unmute yourself.
Με ακούτε? Τώρα σε ακούμε, Σπύρο.
Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank EI Epichirin and the Bank of Piraeus that gave us the opportunity to speak about this field study, this field research. We think that this is a very important thing since combined with the developments on the European level and on a national level, the main pillars were and have been the quality of the product, the negotiating power, and the easy access to funding, which means that those members can flourish and also those schemes can flourish. Please, let's go to the first slide. From the results of our own study, we have seen that the geographic location, those schemes are mainly based on West Macedonia, then Central Macedonia, East Macedonia and Thrace, which means we're talking mainly about northern Greece, and then Thessaly, and then less Crete and our islands. We understand that we're talking mainly about cooperatives and less than private limited companies. The number of members based on our based on our study is 62% up to 20 members, 30% are from 21 to 50 participants, and 12% we have schemes from 51 to 100 members. Very important are those schemes that have more than 100 participants, and they have the best and the largest bargaining power. So, when it comes to their
το ενεργητικό τους που είναι η παραγωγή τους στην ουσία, διαπιστώνουμε ότι
turnover, we can say that 11.5% they have a turnover more than 1,500,000 euros, and from more than 1 million euros we have less schemes, less cooperative schemes.
Έως 250.000 ευρώ. Προχωρώντας Στην επόμενη διαφάνειά μας θα διαπιστώσουμε.
Now, with our next slide, we can see that the bank that they cooperate mainly is Piraeus Bank, with a percentage of 93.6%. We are not just a bank that play our role as a financial institute, but we are committed to actions that go over from our role, because we want to truly understand this sector and to truly give the opportunity to its scheme and its organization to implement smart farming and trade better, to give them those possibilities. We can see that the main products are cereal, then we have poultry, we have fruit trees, and then we have other secondary products. Very important point that I want to focus and discuss with you is contractual cooperation. This is what allows a scheme to go further.
Σε ποσοστό 56,4%
56% of those groups have a contract and 43.6% they don't have these contractual schemes, but we give them the possibilities to do so if they wish. And in the last figure we can see that the large percentage of them they have been created from 2016 and then due to the points, the extra points that were given from the CAP, but also because they understood that cooperation can make them stronger. And less of them have been created before 2010, and only a few between 2011 and 2015. So, our main conclusions are the following. We have understood that 41% they give them to
σε οίκους του εξωτερικού, δηλαδή εξαγωγική δραστηριότητα, και σε υπεραγωγή.
Only a few export them, and most of them they are giving their production to wholesalers. But the largest groups of producers they export the products themselves, and this will make us think. Not only us as a bank, as a financial institution, but the producers' organizations themselves, they have to promote their exports, which means that they should have a very good quality and quantity. So the groups that we have studied, in 37%, they don't have building facilities. 24% of them use the facilities of their members, and only a few they have their own facilities, building facilities, where they use. This gives them a productive advantage, the advantage of continuing their role, and at any case we can see that 27 of them, they are not only produce the product, but they also but they also manufacture or package the product and then they sell it. This means that those groups that process the product, they can also market it. Last but not least, we understand that when it comes to their size, they are small entrepreneurs, since they are located all around Greece, but more of them are in Thrace and Macedonia. So that means that we have to help the other groups, and the large part of them were created after 2016.
Σε κάθε περίπτωση, οι χαμηλές παγιοποιήσεις μας προβληματίζουν, διότι σε περίπτωση που υπάρχουν χαμηλές παγιοποιήσεις δεν υπάρχει μεταποιητική δραστηριότητα. Εκεί ως Τράπεζα Πειραιώς συμπράττουμε σε οποιοδήποτε επενδυτικό.
We understand that those who do not have fixed assets, they cannot process their own products and therefore market them in a better way. As a conclusion, the number of those schemes are more or less 20 members for the 62% of those groups, and they mainly sell to wholesalers. Nevertheless, there are some schemes that they export their products or sell to supermarkets directly.
Των οργανώσεων και των ομάδων παραγωγών, οι οποίες αποτελούν ένα φυτόριο για τις οργανώσεις παραγωγών της μετέπειτα και ενδεχομένως τους μεγάλους συνεταιρισμούς του μέλλοντος. Σημειώνεται ότι για την αναγνώριση των ομάδων.
We have to say that in order to help those producers' organizations to recognize themselves, we don't have a minimum standard.
Δηλαδή τζίρο 250.000 ευρώ για τις οργανώσεις παραγωγών. Κλείνοντας και δίνοντας το λόγο στον κύριο Αβατάγγελος.
But not least, I want to give the floor again to Mr. Αβατάγγελος. I would like to say that Piraeus Bank, for the first time in Greece, tried to do a qualitative study and qualitative research when it comes to producer organizations and groups. We don't believe that we overstep our role, but we just think that we want to listen to the needs of our clients and give them what we really need. A strong sector can help the GDP of products, and they can help us do better in the future. I want to say that now this is the era of collectivity, this is the era of collaboration.
Και η νέα ΚΑΠ αντίστοιχα της πρημοδοτεί. Σας ευχαριστώ επί του παρόντος και είμαι στη διάθεσή σας για οτιδήποτε θελήσετε να συζητήσουμε.
Very much. I am at your disposal for any comment that you may have. Thank you very much.
Συγγνώμη, ήμουνα σε mute.
Sorry, I was muted. Anyway, my last slide in order to conclude this presentation.
Αυτό που λέμε στοχεύοντας στο μέλλον περιγράφει το σήμερα, το οποίο σήμερα από την έρευνα
aiming at the future,
λίγο λιγότερο από το 50% του δίκτυου
we act today.
Γίνονται σε χονδρεμό. Αυτό
Our study showed that less than 50% sells to whole traders. This finding
στη λογική να πάμε στο σύνολο του πληθυσμού, που είναι πάνω από 400 παρεμφερή νομικά σχήματα. Αυτό από μόνο...
This finding is problematic. Therefore, what's the future? In my opinion, the future lies in economy of scale. Because this is the only reason that will allow us
που είναι οι εμπορικές δραστηριότητες του αγροδιατροφικού κλάδου. Ζητούμενο λοιπόν στο επίπεδο πρωτογενούς κλάδου
that will allow us to grow. So, this togetherness I talked about, that's what's at stake. We meet challenges together and we grow together, we gain in size together. So, we need bigger cooperation.
Αυτό πώς επιτυχάνεται?
And how will we achieve that? In a horizontal and vertical way. Horizontally among farmers, groups and producer organizations, or among processing businesses. Also vertically between farmers and manufacturing and processing enterprises, through contractual farming, through hybrid cooperation schemes between cooperatives and private companies.
Αλλά κυρίως ο 4673 του 20, ο οποίος έδωσε, άνοιξε κάποια περαιτέρω...
And cooperation throughout the chain of value. And the law, the legal framework allows for that. So, partnerships, cooperation,
συνεταιρισμών και ιδιωτικών επιχειρήσεων ή και μεταξύ μεταποιητών και εμπορικών επιχειρήσεων. Με λίγα λόγια.
Is the key word. So, there is a common national goal, that touches upon many economical sectors, and mainly the primary sector. And what's this national goal? Economies of scale, competitiveness, and increased market share in foreign markets. And there is a threefold requirement. First of all, to be effective in terms of business, to be effective in terms of finance, of money, and to promote sustainability and sustainable growth. So they should have a long-term nature, to have a positive environmental impact and promote and be beneficial to employees, shareholders, and all stakeholders in general, and create more powerful legal entities and schemes. Piraeus Bank will serve this goal, this national goal. We believe in it. We do have the know-how. We do provide integrated solutions. And we are the main agricultural bank, and we will finance such a future. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Athanasopoulos and Mr. Betas. Mr. Avatangelos, not Mr. Athanasopoulos. Yes, indeed, your bank contributes a lot to the primary sector, and your study was very interesting. It is a first, I think, for the Greek banking, such a thorough study. Of course, this comes along with big responsibility. If we take into account the past. Because in the past, the agricultural bank helped or impeded the primary sector from growing bigger. This is what experience has shown us. So this is why I'm talking about responsibility. Your efforts come along with a big responsibility, because you will be a major and a decisive factor into growing or impeding the growth of the primary sector. And for me, it is this is a very good piece of news, because in the past, the agricultural bank did help the primary sector grow. There are many such examples in which the agricultural bank helped build facilities. It is very important, because now, in the 21st century, Piraeus Bank steps into the forefront and is fully into this digital transformation. So either we will do it, either we will follow the trend, or we will become obsolete and we will never grow. Thank you very much. There will be a Q&A for you later on. Now, the floor to Mr. Athanasopoulos, our last speaker for today, the president of the Agricultural Olive Oil Cooperative Certified Agricultural Products of Gargalliani, Eleonas. Good morning, good afternoon. We will talk about the work of your cooperative. The floor to you. I would like to make a short introduction about our cooperative. Eleonas was established in 2005 under... Let me just mute my phone. Anyway, we were established in 2005, so we have been working for 15 to 16 years. Back then, Most farmers were not very fond of cooperative schemes. Contrary to the mainstream trend, we built a cooperative that would focus on the environmental protection, on the safety for the producer and the consumer. We wanted to demonstrate that this would be a new cooperative scheme free of the obstacles and complications of the past. We wanted a quality product that would allow us to compete the powerful market actors, meaning Spanish and Italian olive oil producers. Spain and Italy, given the characteristics of their land, they could reduce their cost of production and achieve bigger profitability for their products. In order to become more competitive, we focused on integrated management systems and produce a quality product that would be recognized and competitive in the EU market. Over the years, I do believe that this goal has been achieved, even though the legal frameworks and the legal landscape of the Greek state are not helpful to this end. And why am I saying this? Because every government, every new government passes a new law on cooperatives. Instead of ensuring continuity and instead of improving existing laws, every government changes, amends the laws, and we are starting from scratch. So the long-standing problem of the state, of the Greek state, has always been continuity, and the same applies in the case of cooperatives. We started as a cooperative, but our article of association also provided for the option of a producer group. We didn't have facilities, we didn't have infrastructure and buildings, but we had about 170 to 200 members producing about 1,000 tons of olive oil. So at the beginning, we opted for a partnership with a private operator, with a private actor that would help us meet the standards that we had set. Even though many people doubted our success, we made it. We cooperated with certain private actors in the area in order to process and package our product in an olive mill in the area. And after many years, right now, we are implementing our primary goal, which is to have our own facilities for storing and packaging our olive oil. We have an investment plan amounting to 800,000 euros. We are almost at the end of the project. It is almost completed. And I do believe that we are one of the few olive oil producer organizations. We started in 2007 as a PO, and we have managed to absorb more than 99.5% of our investment plan. In order to achieve this, of course, you need to find the right timing and you need to find the right partners. So we chose to partner with Neuropublic as our producer consultant. We ran a program not only just to absorb EU funds and say, yes, that was great, that's the end. Our goal was indeed to improve the quality of our product. That was the ultimate goal. Now, again, in partnership with Neuropublic, we have an experimental telemetric station. Since 2017, we kept improving the quality of our product through the use of electric saws or plastic cages for the collection of olives. This greatly contributes to the production of quality olive oil, because now there are new standards in the global market, new requirements. Standards around an olive oil being free of phytosanitary products and mineral oils. In order to achieve that, you need a clear goal, a clear strategy, and a good consultant. The problem of producer groups and their financing in Greece is what a German partner of us keeps saying. Greeks cannot talk the EU language on the absorption of funds. So I have always believed that you need to have the right partner, the right consultant, in order to be able to absorb funds and meet your objectives. When it comes to the new CAP and the new financing tools, I have a concern, and this concern is a term saying that 25% of production, I don't know whether it will apply or not, 25% of production should be from organic farming. So we need to prepare for this. Even though our proposal to the ministry is very clear, in order, at least in our area, in order to be able to have organic farming, we need to set organic farming zones. An individual producer cannot be considered to be an organic farmer when all other farmers around him are growing conventionally their harvests. Even though I do believe that I grow organically my product, I don't have the label. So I do offer a good quality product if you take a look at all the relevant analysis, even though we don't have the label of the organic product. We try to keep up with what EU clients demand. I don't know what else I can say on this.
Ήθελα να πω δύο πράγματα γιατί άκουσα με προσοχή τον Ισπανό.
I listened carefully to the Spanish speaker in the previous session.
Και εγώ πιστεύω από την αγροτική παραγωγή της Ισπανίας. And contrary to the Spanish production schemes, I do believe that in Greece we need smaller and flexible schemes for more qualitative products. If we try to imitate Spanish or Italians, we may fail because we will face the same competition. Now we have the chance with smaller schemes to create other products that will not be competitive to them. less massive products that receive many awards every year.
Πάντα πιστεύουν ότι το προϊόν, το δικό μας όταν το λαβαίνω, είναι κάποιο διαφορετικό προϊόν, γιατί δεν το έχουν συνηθίσει.
People abroad are not used to see so good Greek olive oil. So now it's an element of surprise when our olive oils are being awarded. Thank you, Mr. Athanasopoulos. As you said, you started your effort 15 years ago when cooperatives were a rather bad word, let's say, among farmers. And today, you control 1 million tons of olive oil. Is that right? Yes. Which is actually an achievement. Yes, I do agree with your last comment. We need the right consultant and then find the right model for their area and for their product. Allow me just one more comment. Producer groups need to ensure continuity. They shouldn't set short-term goals. They should have 10-year goals and then step by step reach their ultimate goal. We don't just absorb funds for the sake of it. There should be an ultimate goal. You're absolutely right.
Ellie, do you want to add anything else? I think that we have listened a lot of important views, experiences. Now we have a full view, a full puzzle of information, knowledge.
η κουβέντα, να απαντήσω έτσι με ένα...
I would like to make a comment on a very good remark by Mr. Athanasopoulos.
Να πούμε καταρχάς το εξής. Αυτό το 25% που έχει τεθεί...
25% that has been set as a European goal for the total land, that 25% of that land should produce organic products, that is a goal of the European Green Deal. This will not change with the CAP. This will not change. This will not increase or reduce. This will be something good for us for the future. Then there is, we don't have a clear idea on how that will be implemented in the member states. And what the Commission has been saying until now is that this goal will not be disseminated in the member states and say that since Spain, for example, is larger than Greece, they have to have a larger percentage. They just want to see an effort towards this direction. And they want to see how this will be interpreted in the national plans of Greece, and if the Commission will approve that national plan that we have in the implementation of the CAP. And the second remark, as Mr. Athanasopoulos said, is that that there are a lot of methods friendly to the environment in order to improve the sustainability, to reduce fertilizers, and we have to leave freedom to the farmer to choose their own methods if they are towards a better environmental sustainability. Maybe let's make a last round to the speakers if they want to make a last remark. Okay. Would you like to make a last comment? Each of you has 5 minutes if you want to ask questions or answer maybe to some questions. Do you want to add anything? Or answer or ask? Anything you may want to add for this last round? Can I ask something to Piraeus Bank? Yes, of course. When you conducted this study Which were the criteria and which was your goal, which was your objective? How did you choose those producer groups? Or did you choose specific producer groups? Okay. We tried to find the figures from various registers. There is an issue when it comes to collecting data. Mrs. Tifourou has presented a table about producers' organizations. This digital workshop was only for producers' organizations, but we did not focus only to 250 producers' organizations. We also included producer groups because this is the first step towards this direction. They have a minimum of 5 participants. They don't have a prerequisite of outputs in order to be recognized as producers' organizations. And
στα αγγλικά είναι friends and family. Είναι παρέα.
They are kind of friends and family. They are a rather big family.
Ομάδα παραγωγών. Εν πάση περιπτώσει, εμείς καταγράψαμε.
And they want to work together. So we registered both groups and producers' organizations, and then we also tried to include, based on the following criteria, that we wanted to have groups from all around Greece, and the second criterion, in order to find those 218 groups, we tried to have 2 or 3 years that they have been operating. If you want to see back to our slides, the conclusion was that they have been set up after 2016, because this was the year when the directives were published, the European directives, and when the Greek legislature issued decisions in order to make the framework more clear. So we wanted them to have at least 2 or 3 years of existence. And the third criterion was the products. So we believe that the sample that we used is rather representative. We tried to focus not only on producers' organizations, but also the producers' groups. If we want to work in detail, we have to make a different study for producer organizations and a different study for producer groups.
Γιατί όπως προανέφερα στην πρωτομιλία μου, πολλές ομάδες παραγωγών.
As we have mentioned, a lot of producers' organizations are private limited companies. So we believe that they will not flourish, let's say. They might be, their goal might be to get some subsidies, and maybe after a few years they will be finished. The long-term planning is one of the criteria that we have used in order to include them in our study, because it allows us to see that the legal entity and the members of the legal entity have a long-term planning and they have a vision, and it is good. It is a good investment for us. If you allow me. You have said that you disagree with the esteemed speaker, Mr. Falcon, when it comes about the size.
Το μοντέλο της Ισπανίας, αλλά και γενικότερα το πανευρωπαϊκό μοντέλο, είναι μεγαλύτερες συμπράξεις.
We can see that the trend in Europe is larger size organizations.
Δεν έχουμε βρει και δεν βρίσκουμε συνέχεια, μιλάω πάντα για τον πρωτογενή τομέα.
I'm always talking about the primary sector and the secondary sector, maybe. There are excellent small and medium companies. You can find those examples, but if you have a good structure, despite your size,
Δύο βασικά κριτήρια. Το ύψος των πωλήσεων
And the size is based on two criteria, the number of sales and the personnel that you have, that you employ. Those are the two criteria. The size is not a goal on itself.
Δεν αποτελεί αυτό σκοπό. Το ζήτημα είναι να βρεις το άριστο μέγεθος.
The point is to find the ideal size for you, for your legal entity.
Γιατί η μεγέθυνση δεν είναι αυτός σκοπός.
Because the goal is not to grow, but you can work together with others, you can work together. You, with another collective scheme, you may develop an enterprise that you will do it together in order to have some commercial actions.
Κυρίως προς το εξωτερικό. Τέτοιες συμπράξεις μιλάμε. Και εκεί εστιάζεται και το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης για τον πρωτογενή τομέα. Συμπράξεις.
So we're talking about collaborations. We're not talking about partnerships. We're talking about sharing facilities, sharing technologies, sharing knowledge, sharing innovation. So this is why we talk about synergies. Synergies is a key point.
Ναι, μπορώ να μιλήσω. Ακούγομαι?
Can you hear me? Yes. Yes, Mr. Athanasopoulos, you have the floor. Yes, you have the floor. We can hear you.
Όταν μίλησα για τα σχήματα, μίλησα πάντα για το ελαιοκομικό τομέα.
I was referring to the olive oil sector. I cannot talk about
μιλάμε για μεγέθη Ισπανίας
other products.
Πενταπλάσια σε σχέση με την Ελλάδα.
Spain has 5 times the size of Greece. They have 10 times the size of land, and so you understand that their collective schemes are also bigger. So this is what I said when I said that we should be flexible. We should find the Spaniards produce olive oil, but their quality is not the same. It doesn't mean that all their production is of the highest quality. So, since we produce a few tons, up to 300,000 tons, we can have the majority of our olive oil in excellent quality. And this is our competitive advantage, if you wish.
Έλλη, κάτι θέλεις να σχολιάσεις γι' αυτά?
Ήθελα απλά να πω, συμπληρώνοντας αυτό που είπε ο Γιώργος ο Αβατάγγελος.
I wanted to add to what Γιώργος Αβατάγγελος said.
Να πω το εξής, να πω ότι ούτως ή άλλως και από την ίδια φιλοσοφία της ΚΑΠ των οργανώσεων παραγωγών, γιατί εξήγησε ότι μπορεί να υπάρχουν πολλά είδη συμπράξεων και συνεργασίας.
As he said, we can have a lot of kinds of synergies before going to clusters.
Υπάρχουν πολλοί τρόποι να
συνεργαστούν. And the CAP describes a lot of ways for synergies. Common procurement, common inputs, common facilities, common investments for research and knowledge and innovation. So there is a huge part of freedom. Mr. Athanasopoulos says that, and rightly so, that Spain has a more industrial approach when it comes to the olive oil, but this is not relevant to the size, in my opinion. And of course, we can't compare two countries. Even if we wanted, we cannot achieve the quantity of Spain. And quality is always a strategic goal.
Είναι ξεκάθαρο όταν λέμε για δράσεις, ξέρω εγώ, ομάδες 5-6 ανθρώπων, παρέες όπως τις ονόμασε ο κ. Καβατάγγελος, μπορεί να είναι...
It is clear to me that a small group of people may be sustainable in order to buy together a piece of machinery, but in order to have another strategic goal, then we might need more people. And we must choose what suits us. Spain, I don't know if you remember, 25 years ago, they said that they want to do a mass restructuring of their agricultural sector because their population, their agricultural population has been diminishing. A lot of people have left the primary sector in Spain, but the economic development led those people in other sectors. So There is always a strategic choice that the olive oil is produced with a different way. It doesn't seem that one is doing better and the other one is doing worse. We have to know which is our goal, and the final word is on the market.
Ακριβώς, ακριβώς.
Any other remark or comment from your side or question?
Φώτη, κύριε Χατζηπαπαδόπουλε.
Έχουμε αφήσει σε κρεμότητα το ερώτημα που έθεσες για το GeaSense One. Πώς...
We have left unanswered the question when it comes to GeaSense One. Fotis, I don't know if you want to answer that question. Fotis, I remember 2 or 3 years ago, along with Ellie and other European colleagues, when we went to Corinth, when we went to Stimaga in Corinth, and we saw something really marvelous. The sensor from the farm sent the data to the cooperative. The agronomist was there, and he said he was sending messages to farmers, tomorrow you will do that and that. You will spray because that and that is coming. So, in 10 days, be prepared to irrigate that part of your land. This, for me, was amazing, and I saw it with my eyes. That was amazing for me, very impressive. I think it was 3 or 4 years ago. It was in 2018. This was the smart farming in collaboration with an agricultural cooperative and a producer organization. And we have seen that smart farming, since we're not talking only about technology, we're talking about technology that should be implemented correctly in order to give results. It is not enough to put a sensor in our land. All those technology tools will give the farmer a possibility that they will have to use it in the correct way, and this is not simple. The farmers need support, needs consulting, needs specialized knowledge, and at the end of the day, this is a game, if I may say so, that allows us to reduce the costs and increase their efficiency if it is done on a larger geographical area. This is what I tried to explain in my presentation. So it is more efficiently to implement it on a larger geographical area and not to try a farmer, a standalone farmer, to implement smart farming by himself. You don't have to put sensors at every farm. You just have to put sensors at specific holdings in a larger geographical area. So when technology is applied together by a large group of people, the cost is reduced per farmer, and at the same time, the data that will be collected will be better compared to the data that you will receive only from your own farm. In order to train the system, we need data from different kinds of soils from the same geographical area. So when smart farming is implemented on a larger scale, it has smaller cost and a better result. And that combination allows us to do our best. Our innovation on a European level was that in order to give the advantage to the large scale, instead of selling our technology to standalone farmers, we did a huge investment. We have created a network of facilities, and I'm not talking only about technology, but also we have invested in human personnel, in trained agronomists, in order not to send that cost of investment to the farmers. We have made that investment. Our company has made that investment. And the farmer will just have to pay an annual fee with a small cost, and they don't have an investment risk. They don't have to buy the infrastructure, the facility, and they don't have to think about how they should operate that technology and how to use it correctly. GeaSense 1 is the first level of our service. GeaSense 2 is what gives specific advice, and the last step is what gives information. All steps are with an annual fee, and they don't need the farmer to invest. GeaSense 1 may be used very simply. Its use is very easy, just by downloading an application to their smartphone, and it gives that possibility to the Greek farmer that does not exist in other EU countries.
This reminds me of a comment 3 to 4 years ago when you started this effort. When New Republic started this effort, somebody wrote that this is a hobby for big players, and they gave the example of a big company from Northern Europe who had an installation on a tractor. They had 28,000 hectares of cereals, and the question was whether this could happen in Greece or in Italy. And I do believe that everything you said proves that yes, we can. It can happen everywhere, despite the small holdings that there are in Greece. And it can be achieved through partnerships, through farmer organizations. In Corinthia, 70 vineyard farmers had the right consulting at the right time, and they managed to be successful. 70 people together under a single cooperative. Any comment from anyone else?
Αν μου επιτρέπεις, Νίκο, έτσι να πω 2-3 πράγματα.
Allow me, Nikos, to share with you a few conclusions.
Να πω καταρχάς...
Firstly, on your last comment, the fact that approaches such as GeaSense are successful, and our role in Brussels and the presentation of GeaSense in the Commission gave a best practice to the European Commission to understand that smart farming can be accessible to anyone. Anyway, I needed to say that. What are the main takeaways from what we've heard today? First of all, that the economic growth of all cooperative schemes is a goal. This is the goal. And in order to have a chance at the domestic and the foreign markets, we need that. We need a bigger size in order to claim a market share abroad, because there are huge opportunities. Clearly, we need collective effort. Clearly, we need commitment on the part of the farmers, and cooperatives should have a commercial activity as well. Investments through all available funds should be made. Funds through banking, through the EU, through the national plan. Knowledge is needed. Knowledge, innovation, knowledge in the form of consulting, which is the key to a new era. Knowledge on entrepreneurship, knowledge on best practices and the benefits of partnerships and cooperation. And we are proud to have presented two such practices today.
Ελπίζουμε να το καταφέραμε με αυτό το ψηφιακό εργαστήριο και σίγουρα ένα
And definitely a stable national legal framework. Mr. Athanasopoulos made an on-the-spot comment. It is an obstacle to change the entire framework every 2 to 3 years. And last point, which was mentioned by Mr. Kravaris, regardless of what is happening abroad, regardless of what happens externally, we are guided by our Articles of Association, and our Articles of Association say that we are committed and we pursue the collective objectives. That's the key to success, commitment. I would like to warmly thank all speakers for having shared their experience, their knowledge, their thoughts, and helped us move this discussion forward, especially in view of the new CAP. I would like to thank you, Nikos, on behalf of GEA Epichirin. I would like to thank all our partners, our technical team, Lightwaters, who helped us carry out this digital workshop. I would like to thank our interpreters, the executives of GEA Epichirin, for their invaluable contribution to the study we have presented and to the organization of this digital workshop. And that's the end on my part. And a big thank you to all attendants. And many of them are still here with us. Thank you, thank you. Yes, and just a few comments on my part as well. I believe that we are the only country in the world that when they ask me what's my job and I say that I'm a producer, they will understand that I am a farmer. Because farmers produce. Abroad, that's not always the case. In Greece, farmers are producers. They go to the food and beverage manufacturing industry, and there is then added value, and then it goes to the end consumer. And we do have a very low price. We should try to make the most of all available tools to help our producers, our farmers. And we do export. 20% of Greek exports account for agri-food products, agroalimentary products. Yesterday, after 36 years, we managed to export more agricultural products than the ones imported. After 36 years, we managed to change this balance once again. So we do produce, and we can be more sustainable, both environmentally, economically, and socially, through cooperations, through cooperatives, through producer organizations, through togetherness. There is no other way. Digital transformation, green transformation is the opportunity to do that. Now it is a chance to step in and act. It is up to us to take this big leap. Thank you. Thank you to GEA Epichirin for allowing me to moderate this digital workshop, and I do hope that we will do more in the future. The next step, forget me, I forgot to tell you, is the study on POs, the detailed study that will provide you with all the necessary data and evidence. We didn't have the time to fully speak about that in this workshop. It will be published at the beginning of the summer. Thank you. Have a nice afternoon.
Σήμερα έχουμε το ίδιο χωράφι. Καλλιέργεια, καιρικές συνθήκες, όλα ίδια. Ποιο θα έχει μεγαλύτερο κέρδος και ανεβασμένη ποιότητα παραγωγής?
Το έχω. Έως μείον 60% λίπανση, μείον 43% άρδευση, μείον 66% ψεκασμούς, συνεπάγεται GeaSense.
Αυτό είναι. Ιδιοφυΐα.
Σύστημα εφιούς γεωργίας GeaSense. Το κατεβάζεις στο κινητό σου και σ' ανεβάζει. Μπείτε τώρα στο geasense.gr ή ανακαλύψτε το στο επίσημο δίκτυο συνεργατών GeaSense.